Cek.
Jadi ribet ya.
Oh ya, cek. Cek, selamat pagi partisipan yang sudah bergabung via Zoom. Apa kabar semuanya?
Ya,
Eh,
selamat pagi.
ya, selamat pagi. Apakah suara saya terdengar dengan jelas di sana?
Ya, jelas.
Oke, terima kasih. Kita sedang menunggu untuk memulai acara. Jadi terima kasih. Thank you for your patience and understanding because due to unforeseen circumstances that we have the delay to start this workshop. Sorry, the operator advised me to sign up here. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. Welcome to Jakarta, Indonesia, to this important workshop organized by CIFTEC IFADMD in collaboration with our partners. I'm sure that you have proceeded to registration desk, right? Make sure that you already registered outside. And before we begin, we kindly remind all participants to please switch off your mobile phones or set them to silent mode to avoid any disturbances during the session. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding. The program will begin shortly.
Masih ada nomornya 193 rem. Saya belum ganti. Soalnya kayak pernah ikut webinar harus pakai nomor peserta. Nggak boleh deh, Mas.
So our agenda will begin shortly, so have a seat everyone. So everyone, have a seat please. Our agenda will begin shortly. And again, we would like to remind you to switch off your phone or switch it to silent mode so that it will not cause any disturbances during the session. Thank you. Attention, please. The agenda will begin shortly. Please have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, good morning and welcome to the workshop on mitigation and strategic policy to combat microplastic pollution in marine and freshwater fisheries in Southeast Asia region, advancing the blue economy through strategies for managing plastic pollution in aquatic systems here in Jakarta, Indonesia. We are delighted to welcome delegates from various Southeast Asian countries, representatives from international organizations, experts and stakeholders who share the common goal of protecting our aquatic ecosystems from the growing threat of microplastic pollution. This event is available live via Zoom and can be streamed on YouTube channel via IFRDMD channel. My name is Diana Luspa and I'm honored to serve as your master of ceremony for this important event. And ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, the opening session will be delayed and it is scheduled around 10:30. And we thank you for your patience and understanding. In the meantime, to keep our program on track, we will proceed with Agenda 2, which is regional perspective on sources, impacts, and solutions of microplastics. This session will be moderated by Dr. Arisman from the Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Please welcome and give round of applause.
Good morning to all of you. Actually, this session we have 4 distinguished speakers, but we start with 2 first. I would like to call Dr. Beta and Prof. Reza. Yeah, and then after the opening remarks by Minister of Ocean and Fisheries, we continue with the 2 speakers. So I think today why microplastic is increasing attention for not only for scientific community but also for policymaker. Even in the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris, microplastic is one of the key component. It means this should be discussed seriously. That's why we very delightful. We have a very prominent speaker here. We start with Dr. Beta first, yeah. You have 30 minutes to present and then continue with Prof. Reza. We have a Q&A, Bu? Not yet. Oh, later. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, Dr. Beta, the time is yours. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Arisman. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, first I want to introduce myself. My name is Beta Susanto Barus. I am an assistant professor from the Department of Marine Science, Sriwijaya University. And today I will present the topic about the next, directly to the topic is about the microplastic source and the distribution
Kita Sriwijaya.
in Southeast Asia region. I'm sorry. Yeah. So first of all, I want to say thank you for CIFDEC for initiating this event, and I'm feel so proud today invite as one of the speaker in this workshop. And I think this workshop is very important, and plastic have become the major problem in the world. And nowadays already have the great concern from many parties. And today, the title that given for me that I want to deliver for us is the microplastic sources and their distribution in the Southeast Asia region. And actually, the problem about the plastic, please, next. Yeah, actually, the problem about the plastic already started long time ago, where the plastic first invention in the world at 1907, because at this time the plastic already started to replace some material like woods, glass, and metals and the others. And why they change? Why the plastic change and replace another material? Because the price to make a thing or a subject is much cheaper than another material. Like I said before, like woods and the others. And production of microplastic here is more massive, and the massive production of plastic happened at 1940, and then the production still continue and feel the awareness of the plastic pollution at 1916. And because of that awareness, some of academic and another organization did the research about the microplastic. And from the data, so that the first publication on marine microplastic pollution was carried out at 2004. And for the freshwater, the first publication of microplastic pollution was carried out at 2012. And because of that story, nowadays, we are alive in one era that we can say plastic era. Because in everything in our life consists of plastic, like our clothes and the others. And today I'm so happy to see here no one used the plastic, the bottle plastic as the place for drink water. And the chief deck also prepare the one place for the drink. And I think it's very good to combat the plastic problem in our environment. And a proof of that is the extremely high world production of plastic, which was around 359 millions of tons in 2018. So we can imagine the plastic with the light is the weight is very light and produce this much weight. We can imagine how much the plastic, the weight is 18. So maybe now $400 million of tons. Okay, next. We are sorry because something problem in technical. Yeah, now we can see from the figure well, and we can see here that the product see until 2050, and the blue one 2018, and the red one is from 2020 to 2050. So we can see here the production of plastic in the global always increase until 2050. And here we can see that in 2050, the prediction of plastic production in the global reached the 800 million of tons. 800 million of tons. And here the Asian countries count for about 20% from the global plastic production. Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam have the largest growth in the plastic production and consumption. And the production of managed not well. So from the data show, the global mismanaged plastic by region at 20 and 25. Our continent, Asia, have more than 50% for mismanaged plastic in the global. More than 50%. Okay, next. Yeah, next. Yeah, here the principal ocean current in the region and plastic emission per country and river. And from this picture, we can see our region have the annual river emission bigger than another region. So here we can see more big the circle, the orange one, it means the annual river emission of plastic is more bigger. And here also have the bigger one also in Indonesia and also Malaysia. And from this picture, we also can see that the amount of plastic in one region not only determined by how much the plastic produced in that region, but another factor like current will have a role in this case. Current, because as we know that plastic have the light weight, and the current will be very easy to bring the plastic from one place to another place. Like one study in China, so that they found a lot of the plastic of food package in their coastal, but the product is not produced in their country, but the product is produced from Indonesia and Thailand, like that. So not only how much production plastic in this region, but also the another factor like current also have the role in this case. And next. Yeah, because the problem of plastic is more serious. Some of the newspaper also make the news in their newspaper, like the BBC and the Guardian. That's mean the microplastic nowadays already have the great concern from any parties in the world. Next. And now we focus to our topic that we will discuss about the microplastic. So why I first introduce about plastic as general, because plastic and microplastic cannot separate. Microplastic is the part of the plastic. And here we can see the classification of plastic here. There have 4 as general: macroplastic with the size more than 55 millimeter, mesoplastic, microplastic, and the last one is the nanoplastic. But in almost all the research we found in the internet, nanoplastic always include in the microplastic. So the microplastic is the microscopic size plastic having less than 5 millimeter in diameter. And for the polymers, there have some of the polymers of microplastic: polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene, and the other. And for the morphology, microplastic have divided to 5. There have fragments, fibers, bits, film, and pellets. And the morphology is based on the form of the microplastic particle. Next. Yeah, now we can see here the source of microplastic. The source of microplastic as general can divide it to be 2. One is the primary microplastic, and the second one is the secondary microplastic. The first one is the primary microplastic. That means that the microplastic that's produced in the manufacture already in the small size and always found in the like personal hygiene product like toothpaste, shower gel, and face wash. And the second one have the secondary microplastic. This microplastic is come from the breakdown or degradation of big size of plastic, like the here the wave and also the UV. And For more detail, we can see from next slide. Plastic and the pathway to the ocean and the freshwater. Also, here we can clearly see one, and this one is the secondary one. And for the primary one, for example, is the industry manufacturing use, like industrial abrasive, injection powder, 3D printing powder, and the other. And the microplastic in this product will be have the accident and operational losses, and the microplastic there, that's microplastic will be going to water treatment here, and then waterway and go to ocean. And for the secondary microplastic, it's come from, for example, vehicle tires, fabrics, clothing, and macroplastic. For example, vehicle tires have the friction with the road and make the microplastic in the form of tire wear dust, and then will going to water treatment, and then waterway, and then go to ocean. And here is more complex how the microplastic pathway polluted the environment and have the effect in the human here. So here have the source of all microplastic, like text, steel manufacture, agriculture, household, yeah. Action, for example, from the household will have the fragmentation, microplastic in the landfill. Have the catch water to lake, river channel, and marine system. Accumulation in the to selection did in the past time, so that the source of microplastic is from the solid waste. Microplastic is the production of microplastic in the Southeast Asia region. I think plastic around the rivers is one, and from the abundance in sediment and the water column, the concentration in 1 gram sediment, in 1 gram sediment. Found around more than 1,000 particles of microplastic. and for the particle in 1 liter water from the research along the river sides of the Brunei River. And microplastic based on the color and shape, also the type of plastic, the gray one, and in the water dominated by the black one. The black in the sediment, the form dominated by the fragment. And for the polymer, the polymer dominated by the polypropylene, PP. Next. This one is in the environment. Next, we will see in the biota. In Brunei, still in the Brunei, there's have one research, there's have one study about the microplastic in the oyster, and the result so that the microplastic 0.43 to 7.2 particle in 1 gram oyster tissue, in 1 gram. So in 1 gram, 1 gram. So oyster have maybe more than 50 gram, but in 1 gram, they have found 7 particle. So dangerous. And they also divided to be the type of form, like fragment and also color here. Next. Yeah, they did the research about the Mekong River, and the result showed that all the station location here, the highest one is in the Kanto River. I don't know where is this, but the delegation from abundance of microplastic in the microplastic here. And next, and this study also compared 3 study here. First study, that's in the July 2019, and still in the we can see the comparison. The orange one, highest one of the number of plastic. This means that in July the plastic particle in that location is more than at the September and August. And I read the article that why this result they got, because effect by the season. In the August and September, the season will be become the rainy season, and the current in the river will be more bigger, and will be carry the particle of plastic from one place to another place, like ocean. So in the August and September, the number of plastic will be decreased. Next. Now we can go to Indonesia. Indonesia, can you please help me to close this one? Okay, thank you. And in Indonesia also did many research about the plastic and microplastic pollution. And here I found one figure that mean more bigger the red circle, it's mean the plastic particle abundance will be more much. For example, number 1, 2, 3, and 4 here. Yeah, it's the bigger than another side. It means the plastic particle abundance in this area, here, and here, is more than another area. In the Java, here also is Java, North Sumatra, and also Kalimantan have the bigger plastic abundance in Indonesia. And the new research saw that here, they did the research in the 68 river in 24 provinces. They found all the river have polluted by the microplastic. The highest one found in the East Java and followed by North Sumatra and also West Sumatra. Yeah. This means in the East Java, 636 particles in 1 liter water. Next. Also in Malaysia, they did the research about the abundance and distribution of microplastic in the estuarine mangrove area around Penang, Malaysia, and they found 8,700 fish in 4 locations. So in here we can see 3 locations, and the highest one is the Seberang Perai, the highest one, around 4,000 particle in 1 gram in per kilogram sediment. This is the sediment, and this is the water of estuarine, and this one is the sediment in the estuarine mangrove. Sorry, as this is the estuarine sediment of mangrove. All the sites found the microplastic pollution. Okay, next. And Myanmar, they did the research about the microplastic in the 3 objects: sediment, oyster, and seawater. And from these 3 objects, microplastic almost always dominant as the pollution in these 3 objects. For example, sediment, the microplastic is number 2 after minerals. And in the oyster, they found microplastic is number 1. And in the seawater, the microplastic is number 1 pollution in these 3 objects. Next. And here is the Philippines. But first, I want to say sorry for all the delegates. I just want to show the data, not show the pollution in your country. Like no, just the information and knowledge for us, so we know how the dangers and serious about the microplastic pollution now. And now we can see in the Philippines, they did the abundance of microplastic in the surface water and sediment in the 5 river mouths of Manila Bay here. And the circle means that the orange one, this is surface water in the particle per meter cubic, and the yellow one mean in the sediment particle in the 1 kilogram. So here we can see more bigger here. We can compare with this scale. So for example, this one, Maichuayan River here, the abundance of microplastic here is around 50,000 until 100,000 in the surface water of Maichuan River. And for the sediment, the highest one also found here and here. This is maybe this one, around 1,000 until 5,000 particle in 1 gram sediment. And they also divided the microplastic based on the shape, color, and the polymer. Okay, next. And Singapore also did the research about the microplastic around the this Singapore coastal, yeah. All the sites have side have the station here, except here. So they got the result that the concentration of microplastic range from 106 to 238 particle in 1 milliliter. This is more much, I think. Yeah. 100 to 200 particle in 1 milliliter, not 1 liter. And in the Johor Strait, they found this is for the Johor Strait, and for the Singapore Strait, they found 143 until 198, 96 particle in 1 milliliter of water. So many plastic in our water nowadays. Next. And also in Thailand, have the data about the microplastic study. And here have the two object they analysis. The first is the fresh water, and the second one is the treated tap water. So from this figure, we can see even the water already treated in Thailand, they still have microplastic there. Here, the white one. This is fresh water, is okay in the environment. But for the treated tap water, there still have many microplastic particle. For example, here, there have the 4 microplastic particle with size 50 until 99 micrometer. Next. And also Vietnam. Here, you can see the figure here that the bar one, this bar will compare with this scale. Yeah. And from this figure, we can see that in all sides in this research also found many microplastic particle, and they compare to another country like Japan and Nepal here. That's they found quite similar, but in the Vietnam is the middle one, and Japan is the lowest one, and Nepal is the highest one for the microplastic. Next. And here have so many. If you read the article in the internet, there's so many publication article about the microplastic pollution in the freshwater, sediment, or soil, and then also in the biota. In the next slide, this next, Miss. Yeah, in the biota also, like Indonesia, in the fish, yeah, in the gastropod, yeah, and the other. They have a lot of research and study, and only here they don't found the microplastic in Philippines. Next, Miss. Okay, this is more important one. How the microplastic will pollute it to us as a human, because the first I explained that in the environment, microplastic will pollute it in the environment, and then in the environment will cause bioaccumulation. The microplastic will eat by the biota or organism. That's mean bioaccumulation. And then the next step will be called the biomagnification. Biomagnification in the food chains. That's mean like the producer will eat by the first consumer, and then the first consumer will eat by the second consumer. If the first consumer already polluted by microplastic from the environment, and then it will be eaten by the second one, the microplastic in the first consumer will transfer to second consumer, like that. That's mean biomagnification. until the human. We can see here the data about daily microplastic intake in the Southeast Asia region here. So the color we can compare to the scale. So our region have the very colorful color here. This means the highest one here. For example, in Indonesia, the daily microplastic intake from dietary intake is 429 milligram per capita per day. Another is Malaysia is more than 500 milligram. And like I said before, that the source of microplastic in the human mostly is from this one, food. Yeah, food like here have the protein food, grains, bread, sugar, drinks, and the other.
Yeah.
But the biggest one is from fish. Or we can say the fish in the seafood also, and the fish from the freshwater. And the right one, it means the daily microplastic intake by inhalation. So not only by air when we have the breath, So here the data also show that I think this is in China, yeah? China. Here, yeah. For example, Indonesia, 115,000 particle per capita per day. Yeah, in Malaysia, almost 500,000 particle per capita per day. So, how the serious about the microplastic problem nowadays? So the last one I want to show you. Next. Yeah, the last one I want to show you is a big problem nowadays, serious problem nowadays. But what is more fatal is that microplastic can be as a factor for another pollutant like heavy metal. Microplastic might be polymer, and the polymer can be absorbed another pollutant like hazardous our environment to our biota include our body. Yeah, that's why I said before this. Now I present about the problem and the problem. What is the impact and how to mitigate and strategic to combat this microplastic problem. Like illustration, I am as evil, and the next will be as like angel. So the solution. Yeah, I think that's my.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Beta. Very interesting presentation. He mentioned about microplastic. Yeah, the several studies mentioned like Brunei from the riverside in oyster, Cambodia also mentioned all river have a microplastic. Indonesia 68 rivers. Maybe this is hopefully update data as well. And also Myanmar in sediment oyster. Yeah, looks like from the seawater, biota, as also from the sediment. Now for the second speaker, we move to the technical method of identification, characterization, and analysis of microplastic in the water, sediment, and biota. What is yours?
Peace be upon you all. So I think I'm Reza Cordova. I'm a researcher in the Research Center for Oceanography, the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. So today I'm a little bit nervous because I'm expert in the microplastic. So that's why I feel like, should I? Well, there is a Prof. Agung, and then I also knew some of the colleagues, like all of you here that already experienced with the here I am. So I will today present the technical method and the identification, characterization, analysis of microplastic in the water, sediment, and also biota. First of all, I also have to thanks to KKP, the Ministry of Fisheries, okay, to SafeDeck, and also to JAIF for inviting me to be speaker here. So this is the outline, more or less. I will try to be quick because it's supposed to be like 30 minutes for presentation. Well, for the extraction, analysis, and also identification, usually we have like one class for about the microplastic. As Dr. Beta already stated, that microplastic, we have a size from 5 millimeter until around is then the microplastic. Unfortunately, until today, it's really hard to analyze it. Basically, like the sample from the environment. Because it's already stated by the Dr. Beta, I just conclude all of them. At least in Southeast Asia, we have until to the country, we have almost 300 million people there. We have a lot of university and also research. And then also Malaysia and the other countries. And basically, all of the sample that took by the researcher in Southeast Asia found that again, the number of microplastic are increasing by time. So after that, we try to do some, are coming from the thesis, undergrad thesis, master thesis, and also PhD thesis, and also followed by the research article like in here. And then after that, most of them they done it in the water and also the sediment, in the matrix, in the seawater, I mean the marine and coastal environment, and followed by, like the river and also in the land. There's some gap. Most of the research were done in these two areas, in the coastal and also marine. About the inland fisheries, we are lack of the data. So that's why we encourage all of the people here, if you want to do the microplastic, we have to do it and then fill the gap data. And then unfortunately, we have some gap also with the data and also with the analysis. As Dr. Beata already stated, the numbers really diverse. It's really varies. Like the high gap, it's happened because of the different method, and also most of the research in Indonesia, they not doing the quality control and quality assurance, unfortunately. So while that, if the research has like the quality control and quality assurance, the number were really small. if we compare it with, studies without the QC and the QA. And that's happened. Unfortunately, most of the research in Indonesia, they not done the quality control and the quality assurance. Most of them just analyze, or not analyze, identify the microplastic by just using their microscope, more than 60%. And only few of them, less than quarter, has a chemical analysis composition, like using FTIR or using the Raman spectroscopy, or the what's it called, the LDIR, or the pyrolysis GCMS. So that make a big problem. So that's why since 2015, the NOAA have make the the guideline for the analyzing and also extracting the microplastic. And then fortunately, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry last year just found the guideline for the microplastic analyzing until the identification. So what I want to present today is basically, conclude all of the research, not the research, the guideline here. So basically, this is all of the lab work that we have to do, and after we done the sample collection, either it's in the water or in the sediment or in the biota. First, we have to do the sample preparation. We have to prepare the clean laboratory practices, because the microplastic are found in the air, and there's supposed to be a high cross-contamination by airborne microplastic. So that's why we have to care about the laboratory blanks. Unfortunately, in Indonesia, only few that has done the blank procedure analysis. And then after that, we have to also to reduce the plastic supplies, the clothing, because most of the clothes that we use in Indonesia today is not cotton, but mostly it's polyester, which is plastic. And then after that, we have to do the sample analysis, followed by the chemical identification material, and then the data reporting. So this is the first thing. This is the blank control. Every time during the sampling and also the lab work, we have to done this. Why? Because as I mentioned before, there is a cross-contamination by airborne microplastic. So we don't want a cross-contamination. We just want to make sure that the sample is contain the real number of microplastic. So basically, we just put the ultra pure water, or if you don't have the ultra pure water, you can use the 20 micron filtered water. If you have a smaller filter, it's better. But this is like a bare minimum for the water for the blank sample. You put it in the beaker glass, and every time you work during the sampling or lab work, you open the lids. You can use every lids, but in here, since we don't have so much money, we just use the aluminum foil thing. And then after that, if we want the non-plastic container, like all the solution have to be filtered using the filter paper. The smaller mass size, the smaller the smaller mass size, the good number you will get. And then of course we have to get a clean surface layer, the blank as I already mentioned, the cotton lab coats. And if you want to use also the regular one, you just have to make sure that you are also using the cotton clothes one. And of course the sterile glove. And then the most important one, if you have the laminar flow draft, it might be good. If not, you can use the acid hood or the other one. There's also another alternative. If you don't have this, you can use the air purifier that has the HEPA filter, because it's helped quite a lot to reduce the cross-contamination of airborne microplastic. And then this is the analysis procedure. Oh, sorry, I just realized it's Indonesian languages. I forgot to change that. The first thing we have to do after we took the sample, we have to separate the bigger bigger plastic materials or non-plastic materials, and then and followed by density separation. We can do the other way around. The first one, we can do the density separation first, and then biological digestion. It's depend on the sample, metric sample. If it's sediment, we have to do the density separation first, because the sample, the plastic already separate with the sample by the density separation, and then after that we have to the microplastic separation, and then measurement of the quality and also quantity and also size, and then we do the microplastic identification. So this says our water. If we took the sample of water by using the Manta troll net or Newton net, we have to make sure that we took all the bigger material, and then all the bigger material were rinsed by the ultra pure water or the filtered water. And then after that, after we filter it with the bigger plastic, not bigger plastic, the sieve, be the biological degradation. The biological degradation basically is some kind of we have to remove all of the biogenic materials, including, like, for example, leaves, or there's a lot of chemicals that use in all of the guideline. We can using the acid, base, oxidative one, or enzymic. They have advantage and disadvantage. So for me personally, I prefer to use the oxidative one because it's cheaper. Well, we don't have a lot of money, but if you have change and you have a lot of budget, you can use the enzymatic one. Unfortunately, it needs the longest procedure time, but the result gonna be really clear. We have done the we have done the comparison between the acid, base, and oxidative, and also enzymatic. So in this case, we recommend, based from the guideline, the first one is using the hydrogen chloride 35% at the certain temperature, or HNO3 at room temperature, KOH, hydrogen peroxide at 50 degrees, or now we are using smaller temperature. Why? Because the higher temperature you done in the analysis, it will break down or make the plastic sample is more smaller, because it's have an effect on that. And or you can use also the enzyme or the protein K at 50 degrees. So basically all of them, we just put the sample until it fill up, all of 100% fill up, and then, like, for example, what we have done in the in our sample, we put the hydrogen peroxide combined with the iron sulfide. We call it the wait, I forgot the name. Fenton reaction, Fenton solution, and that make it Fenton reaction. So after we put all the solution here, the sample is gonna be like this one. It's gonna be quite yellowish color, but it's make sure that all of the biogenic material were digest by the solution. And then after that, we have to make sure that we do this, all of the treatment done in laminar flow, acid hood, or something similar, because all of the solution were dangerous. I have get touched by the hydrogen peroxide. Well, it's make me more whitish color. Or if you want to try to touch the hydrogen chloride, it will it will not really good to the skin, actually. The processes of the biological degradation in this one. So this is for the sample of our sample that have done the biological degradation processes. Basically, we try, like, this one is the solution. There will be a foaming like this one. I'm not really sure if you can see that, but there's some kind of a foaming here. And then after that, we wait until a couple days. If you saw there is a lot of organic material, you can add more solution, like 50 milligram, 50 milliliter, and add every day. From 1 until 3 days, it's the most productive digestion processes. And then after that, the digestion processes will not really effective, even you already add more solution on that. So maybe around 24-hour until 72-hour. The most one is the 96-hour or 4 days. After you add more solution, you can get the clear one. And then after that, you have to get the all the materials, filter and rinse the water with, again, ultra pure water or the filtered water. And then after that, you have to transfer the new glass breaker for density separation process. So for density separation processes, there's also several other. Well, of course, it can float because it's plastic, but you can also use the table salt, the NaCl. But this one is not really recommended because the density are quite lower, and most of the high dense plastic could not float. So the process here, we want to make sure that there's a like a separation between the plastic and non-plastic one. And the plastic will be float zinc chloride because it's the cheapest one if we compare between the NaE and also zinc PR2. This one is even more use the NaA, because NaA you can use several times. After you use it, you can filter it, and then after that you can redo the processes again. But in this cases, we recommend the NaA because it's after the biological degradation, we put the NaA solution, for example, and then we just stir it. Or if you have the the stirrer, magnetic stirrer, it's gonna be good. You have to put it like 15 minutes until 1 hour, and then you leave it 24 hours. After that, the plastic gonna be float at the surface. You can do that. There's some kind of a pernatan like this one, and then we can leave the you can also, if you have more money, you can buy it's convenient actually, but we don't have that. And then the cheapest one, you can just put it like really easy, just to make sure that try it again using the sieve. And then after that, you have to move it into the one plate or something like that for the identification. Or if we don't found the like the bigger size of a microplastic, which has size more than 1 millimeter, we will put all the sample in. If you have the I forgot the name, like the place or the media, and then you can put it in the centrifuge. It's easier, but you have to be careful because the container is made by plastic, so it might be adhere or release the plastic from those container. And then after that, we have to do the particle identification, but we have to be worried. Like for this, all of this one, it might be plastic because we try to test something on it. This is the easiest one. You can use the automated counter in the FTIR, micro FTIR, but this is really expensive. Yeah, unfortunately, again, hopefully somebody wants to be a sponsor of our lab. So we can analyze, if we have this equipment, we can analyze the microplastic more easier and faster, and then we have we can make sure that all the material are plastic, because like for example in here, some of them are not plastic because we fish scale or something like that. With the help of micro FTL or microamine, we can differentiate between plastic and also microplastic one. So if we don't have that, we have to be careful to identify the microplastic. Of course, the microplastic one have a one to identify it first one is a particle small than 5 millimeter. That's the first step. And then we have the homogeneous color, all the colors same. And then non-organic structure, because if there's some leaf were in the sample, we can see there's a difference between plastic and leaves, or some filamentous algae, because some of the filamentous algae could not remove from the sample, even though you already gave the what's it called, the hydrogen peroxide, or KOH or something like that. And then there's no characterization for living cellular tissues, and no tapered end with the clear color, because it might be not plastic. So this is some of the example of the shape or form. It's already stated also from previous speaker. We have a fiber, like for example, fragment one, the film one, the spare one, the foam. However, the shape or form of microplastic are also really diverse in each guideline. So we can use any guideline, at least make sure that this one is plastic. And then after that, this is one of the simplest identify how to identify is it plastic or not. The needle one for the acupuncture is 100 micron, you lost the particle. That's the big problem. So that's why we have to be care to do this method. But done this because we don't have a lot of money. And then after that, like for example, this is some of the plastic material and non-plastic material. It looks like plastic, but it's not plastic when we try to identify it using the micro FTIR. Like for this one look like plastic, but it's not. Like this one is not plastic. You can see plastic, and so there's gonna be hard to identify, is it plastic or microplastic? At least you can use, at least the first step is, using the hot needle first. And then this is actually the most ideal one to identify the microplastic based from all of the studies. You can use nanoplastic, you can identify by the diameter of the plastic itself. You can use the Raman studies, you can use the pyrolysis GCMS, you can use the Raman spectroscopy or the FTIR. If you have access to the focal point array FTIR, it's going to be great because you can identify it quick and fast. Quick and fast, it's quite the access to the like the normal FTIR, the ATIR, FTIR. At least make sure 10%, at least 10% of the particle identified by the FTIR Raman. It's cheap, but you can microplastic. And then because as I'm already mentioned, we also try. We also when we try to identify the Raman, like for example, it's a plastic, but when we confirm it of the chemical composition, it's not plastic. We have in Indonesia, unfortunately, they don't really have an access to the chemical composition analysis. So that's why maybe the number of the microplastic are higher than the real one. So we have really to be careful about that. And then this is some of the of our colleagues took it in China. FTIR and also basically in the Raman spectroscopy, there is some FTIR that you can find at least in the 3000 until 2000 with in 1700 until 1500, and there's until 700 with number. So we have to make sure this already make a code for me. So back again, we have to care about this one. It's the most app. We just realized that there's a lot of cross contamination because there's a lot of people who are coming back and out, who we are not really want to do, but so some research study with the ministry that it was a plastic, but when we confirm it with the FDR, it's not plastic. Oh, we really much for listening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Reza. In Southeast Asia, the microplastic found in sediment and water. And also, he mentioned about lack of data for inland fisheries, right? Yeah, maybe SIFDEC inland fisheries can follow up for this. And Indonesia already have guidelines for microplastic sampling, extraction, and identification method, right? So I believe also other Asian countries now in the process of developing and refer to the international one like NOAA, GSAM, right? Yeah, and also NIFA also involved in this method. So yeah, we would like to continue for the third speaker. There's a
To the third and fourth speaker, but we are going to set more chair.
oh. Okay, please. Very quick, yeah, it's okay.
First of all, thank you so much for the management teams. I have two questions very quickly that goes to Dr. Beta. If you don't mind answering my questions. First of all, that it is compared with any other regions of Indonesia. Yet that when I look at your presentation slide showing that MP concentrations for Indonesia, microplastic concentration or level of microplastic for Indonesia, other regions like Sumatra have a higher level of concentration compared with the Jakarta's. So if I just wondering what actually contributing to the higher level MP, although the Jakarta, I hope that I'm correct, that Jakarta has more economic activities, and then I thought that having a more higher concentration, but results of the research is different. Second one, there's a chart of fresh water and then treated water, the concentration in the two different type of water for Thailand. And interestingly, that the treated water in Thailand has the MPs in the bigger particles, bigger size particles of the MPs, but it doesn't exist in freshwater. So my hypothesis is that, which may be wrong, that possibly the water treatment process itself generating the plastic particles. And I'm just wondering that your view on this, your perspective on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, Dr. Beta.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Sorry, you are from?
Nauki. Yeah,
Mr. Nauki.
Mr. Nauki, for the question. For the first one, I just want to repeat, please correction me. You asked about the microplastic pollution in the Jakarta. Is the I think much more than another place like Sumatra, like that, right? Yeah. No?
The data is the other side. Why not outside Jakarta is bigger than Jakarta?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not only Sumatra, but another side also. Oh
Another
yeah.
outside Java.
Yeah. Of course, because like you said, Mr. Noki, that Jakarta have the very busy city, like we know, and so many people here in the area is not so big, but the density of the people in the Jakarta is much bigger compared than another province. And of course, the use the use of plastic in the daily life of the people in the Jakarta also will be uh, more than another city. Like I said, I delivered before that one of the source of the microplastic is the secondary. Like for example, the plastic from the food package. Sometimes you forget to throw the garbage, just throw to the environment, and then it will be have the fragmentation and degradation become the microplastic like that. And another one, the source is the primary microplastic, and we know that Jakarta have many manufacturer, many fabric here, and that's also include in the primary microplastic source, and maybe they produce some product and they have the accident and operational loses some plastic to the environment like that. And sometimes I just try one product that the face mask, and yeah, it's true. I found some small, yeah, like small plastic in there. Yeah, that's mean in the process they make the product, they also use some synthetic material like that. That's also include in the plastic. That's mean that's too is big in Jakarta. The source is the if compared to another place, the source in the Jakarta is biggest than another one. That's my opinion, Mr. Noki. Yeah, that's I don't. It's clear for you. Yeah, maybe
Yeah, you can. Yeah, maybe Professor
yeah,
would like
Professor
to add.
can more.
Thank you very much, Noke-sama. So you asking about the why there's a higher number of a microplastic in outside of Jakarta. There's two hypotheses. The first one is there is a waste management better in Jakarta. Outside of Jakarta, there is a they don't have enough budget to do the waste management. So most of the microplastic that we found in Indonesia basically are mostly coming from the secondary source. So that's mean from the bigger plastic one due to the UVs and also the mechanical effect make the number of microplastic are higher because there's a clear correlation between the microplastic that we found and the polymer in the bigger plastic that are already stranded in the coastal areas in Indonesia. So basically in Jakarta, they have a better waste management. Every day, I believe there is some kind of a like orange warrior, we call it, because there's some kind of a staff of the local Jakarta's people are, clean the road, clean the coastal areas and clean everything. But outside of Jakarta, like for example in Bekasi and also in Tangerang, just next to Jakarta, they don't have those kind of a waste management system. So we hypothesize that it makes the microplastic that we found in the river and also in the coastal area of Jakarta, it's lower than in the other areas. And the second hypothesis, we assume that due to the lack of the quality control and quality assurance in outside of Jakarta's institution, like for example in Sumatra's, well, not all, but some of them, they don't have the quality control and quality assurance. It might, identify more like overestimation. So that's why maybe that makes the number of the plastic ingestion to the Indonesian people are the highest in the world. like 50 milligram per month, I believe. That's maybe. And then the second question, maybe I think it's about the water treatment, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in Indonesia, we don't have a water treatment. But
No, in Thailand. In Thailand.
Thailand.
Yeah, he
But,
asked about data from Thailand, why the treated water is bigger than the fresh water.
Yeah. But in Indonesia, maybe in Indonesia, we have done the research in the landfill leachate. Like the water that released from the landfill area, it can increase the number of mesoplastic by 9 times and microplastic by 4 times. So there's a clear, point source of microplastic is coming from the landfill areas. But we need to do the more research. But at least from 2 landfill area, the first one in Bali and also in Bogor, it's clear that landfill can add more microplastic.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Reza. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the questions, by the way. But we need to hold this session first. So by the meantime, participant, you may have a short coffee break, and then we will continue with the next session. So thank you very much for the first. We will continue the discussion.
Okay,
again
we
later.
can continue the discussion later. Okay, thank you.
Now have a short coffee break, please.
dari pengalaman sih ya, pengalaman saya kasihkan dua proyek untuk proyek-proyek yang nantinya insya Allah kita bisa 2025 2029 dapat berjalan dengan baik. Itu saja Bapak. Terima kasih.
Oke, Bu Api, atas update-nya. Nanti kita terus kolaborasi, Bu ya, karena ini saya berpikir bahwa di Komnas sendiri perlu kita melakukan apa ya, adjustment pada beberapa proyek yang dinilai mungkin belum lengkap ya. Saya sendiri nanti pada posisi menganalisis substansi, Bu ya, akan kami lakukan adjustment pada topik-topiknya dan ruang lingkupnya. Karena saya tidak berpotensi, saya hanya sekedar sampel pos terima kirim terima kirim. Jadi bagaimana kita mengejar isinya, topik-topiknya, ruang lingkupnya sehingga bisa lebih bermanfaat dan lebih nendang ya proyeknya untuk mendukung target PJMN. Itu bisa ya Bu ya. Karena Bu Afi masuk monitor terus kita. Ujian dalam ujian. Terima kasih yang pertama kami menggunakan dari usulan proyek-proyek KKP untuk periode 5 tahun depan. Yang pertama kami rampung angka-angkanya Pak, keputusan 6,2 miliar.
return back to your seat because we are going to start the next session. So actually we are going to return to the delayed sessions, that is the inaugural session, because the CIFDEC Council Director for Indonesia is already here with us. So please make everything tidy with you, especially your table. Yeah. And also we would like to invite everybody outside to join us here. Yeah, please invite everybody outside to join us here. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the CIFDEC Council Director for Indonesia to join us for the inaugural session today. So good morning again, everyone, and welcome back again to the workshop on mitigation and strategic policy to combat microplastic pollution in marine and freshwater fisheries in Southeast Asia region, advancing the blue economy through strategies for managing plastic pollution in aquatic systems organized here in Jakarta, Indonesia. And we are delighted to welcome delegates from various Southeast Asian countries, representatives from international organizations, experts, and stakeholders who share the common goal of protecting our aquatic ecosystems from the growing threat of microplastic pollution. And ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege to invite the Chief of CIFDEC. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andi Susmono.
Good morning. Honorable CIFDEC Alternate Council Director for Indonesia and also the Director General Agency for Attention and Resource Development of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Dr. Ingamandra Diarta, Honorable Deputy Secretary General of CIFDEC, Mr. Koichi Tahara, Honorable Director of Jive Management Team, Mr. Naoki Minamibuchi, distinguished resource person, respected participant, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. It is a great honor for me to deliver the activity report for the workshop and mitigation and strategic policy to combat microplastic pollution in marine and freshwater fisheries in Southeast Asia region under the theme Advancing the Blue Economy Through Strategies for Managing Plastic Pollution in Aquatic System. We are pleased to inform you that this workshop is attended by 6 fisheries of Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. The Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, Sriwijaya University and Innovation Agency, and students from Poltek IUP Jakarta, as well as the CIVDEC Secretariat and Department. This workshop is organized by CIVDEC IFRDMD with the support of the Japan ASEAN Integration Fund. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, of this workshop are to provide participants with a comprehensive understanding of microplastic issues in the Southeast Asia region, including their sources, classification, and distribution. We also aim to update participants on the latest technical method for analyzing and identifying microplastic, enhance understanding of their toxicological impact, and share to combat this issue. The workshop features presentation and insight from prominent experts and institutions. On the second day, participants will visit the facilities of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, including the Marine Heritage Gallery and the Common Center. A field visit is also conducted at the Samsaman Landing Fishing Port to observe firsthand the facilities and effort aimed at reducing plastic debris in the port area. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to conclude my report. To proceed with our agenda, we are honored to have with us the newly appointed Deputy Secretary General of CIVDEC, Mr. Koichi Tahara. Could you please to stand up? I would like to introduce to you to everyone here. This is the new Deputy Secretary General of CIVDEC. And also the Director of JAIF, Mr. Naoki Minamiguchi, and also all the JAIF management team who will deliver the welcome remarks. Following that, it is my great honor and privilege to invite Dr. Inyoman Radiarta, the Director General of the Agency of Fisheries Extension and Human Resources Development, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, to kindly deliver the opening remarks and officially open our workshop. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andi, for that insightful introduction and for setting the tone for today's discussion. And next is our honor to invite the Deputy Secretary General of CIVDEC, a key figure in strengthening regional cooperation in fisheries development. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Koichi Tahara.
Honorable Director General of Agency for Fisheries Extension and Human Resource Development of Marine and Fisheries, and also as the Chief Coordinating Council Director for Indonesia. Honorable Director of JAIF Management Team, distinguished resource persons and country representatives, senior and middle-level officials from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries and of the Republic of Indonesia. CIVDEC Department Chief, Deputy Chief, and staff, ladies and gentlemen, joining us both online and in person. Good morning. Allow me first to introduce myself. My name is Koichi Tahara. I have started work in CIVDEC headquarters since this June this year. It is my great pleasure to welcome you welcome all of you to the regional workshop on mitigation and strategic policy to combat microplastic pollution in marine and freshwater fisheries in Southeast Asia region under the Advancing the Blue Economy through Strategy for Managing Plastic Pollution in Aquatic Systems. I'm delighted to join you here in Jakarta, Indonesia, alongside experts and decision makers from across our member countries. Recognizing the growth threat posed by microplastics, CICTEC Inland Fisheries Resource Development Management Department, IFRDMD, has launched a one-year preliminary study to investigate their presence in freshwater fish across Southeast Asia, supported by Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, JIFE. This study is a key part of our broader project, regional collaborative research and capacity building for monitoring and reduction of marine debris from fisheries in Southeast Asia. Through this research, we aim not only to map the extent of contamination, but also to assess its implications for human health and livelihood. It is our sincere hope that this workshop will foster deeper cooperation, generate actionable policy recommendations, and establish clear shared mechanisms for monitoring and mitigating plastic pollution. By the end of our session, I look forward to identifying concrete steps and partnerships that will drive sustainable management of our aquatic resources and advance the blue economy throughout Southeast Asia. Thank you, all of you, for your commitment. I look forward to productive discussions and lasting partnership. Let us work together to ensure that Southeast Asia leads the way in managing plastic pollution and preserving our aquatic heritage for the generation to come. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much for your very encouraging words. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to welcome a distinguished leader in Indonesia's fisheries sector, the Director of the Agency for Marine and Fisheries Extension and Human Resources Development, who also serves as the CIFDEC Alternate Council Director for Indonesia, to deliver opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Inyoman Radiarta.
Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Honorable Deputy Secretary General of CIFDEC, Honorable Resource Persons, Country Representative, and CIFDEC Department Staff, Chief and Deputy Chief of CIFDEC, IFRDMD, Speaker, most of speaker is my colleagues, Professor, moderator, and all the participants. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the vibrant city of Jakarta. We hope you will enjoy not only the productive and the insightful discussion during this workshop, but also the warmth of Indonesian hospitality and its rich culinary offerings. This is the most important thing, is the culinary. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, this workshop holds a great importance. Microplastic pollution has emerged as an environmental threat to both marine and freshwater ecosystems. While much attention has been given to marine environments, we must also address the growing systems are vital to our food system, especially as they provide accessible, affordable, and nutritious protein source to communities across. Identify and implement effective strategy to mitigate the impact of microplastic pollution on aquatic biodiversity and fish stock. This will not only safeguard ecosystem health, but also sustain the livelihood and food security of millions who depend on those resources. Aligned with Indonesian commitment, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries continue to strengthen national initiative aimed at protecting our aquatic ecosystem. These efforts are part of our broader vision for developing a blue economy, a model that promotes sustainable use of marine, coastal, and freshwater resources to foster economic growth, enhance livelihood, and ensure long-term environmental sustainability. The objective of this workshop are in full alignment with that vision. We are taking an important step toward building healthier aquatic ecosystem as a cornerstone of sustainable development. Namely, it is imperative. Microplastic pollution is a growing transboundary challenge that requires urgent attention and collaboration. Pollution is increasing. Equal urgency must be given to freshwater system, particularly those supporting inland fisheries and local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, to that end, Indonesia, through the Ministry of, as part of our commitment to address this issue, that initiative include Bulan Cinta Laut, a national campaign involving fisher and local communities in removing marine debris, bersih or clean coastal village, which support community-based waste management and education initiative. Waste ATM, an innovative solution where plastic waste can be exchanged for reward, helping to promote behavior policy enforcement and expanding inclusive education campaign on marine and freshwater conservation. This effort reflects our shared responsibility to protect aquatic environments while fostering inclusive economic development. They also reinforce our commitment to global goals, including the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 14, life below water, as well as production. We believe this workshop will serve as a catalyst for knowledge sharing and regional cooperation among the CIFDAC member countries in our shared mission to combat microplastic pollution. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the speaker for sharing their expertise, the participant for their engagement, and the organizing committee for their dedication in making this event possible. This morning, I just talked with the Professor Agung Darmajat even about this typical workshop can be conducted in the university, not in this hotel. So that can be more gathering participant for sharing. I think this is a very good workshop. Yeah, that very high quality speaker. So why don't we share to other participants like academic students? So I fully agree with that Professor Agung suggestion. So I hope that's the next year, next event, then we can collaborate. We can make this workshop under the university. This workshop offered a valuable opportunity for us to exchange every experience, generate innovative idea, and craft forward-looking policy to improve the health of our fisheries and aquatic environments. By working together across border and disciplines, we can achieve solutions that are actionable, integrated, and impactful. Today, I am pleased and honored to officially declare the opening of the workshop on mitigation and strategic policy for combating microplastic pollution for marine and freshwater fisheries in Southeast Asian regions. My knowledge gained from this workshop inspire concrete action and strengthen policy framework across our respective countries. Let us move forward in unity toward a cleaner, healthier, and more resilient Southeast Asia, a region that champions a truly sustainable blue economy. As our Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries often remind us, healthy oceans and rivers are the foundation of a prosperous nation. Together, let us turn this vision into reality. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Radiata, for your very inspiring message and officially opening the workshop. And may we now kindly invite all distinguished guests and participants for a group photo to commemorate this important session. But please give us some time to coordinate the photo session. Maybe team, maybe you would like to arrange the stage first. And photographer, please be ready to take the photo. So yeah, the first angle will be from here. So, and then the second angle will be, oh yeah, yes. Yeah, would you please stand up here? Hello, please. Here in front of the panelists, stand up here. Di sini. And everyone, would you please stand up at the back? Photographer will take our picture from the stage. Yes. So may I coordinate? So the first will be formal style, the second fish figure, and then the third freestyle. Okay? So the first formal style, second fish figure, your hand like this, and then the third freestyle. All right, are you ready? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, formal style. Okay. Second, fish figure. And then next freestyle. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so the next here di sini. Mbak, nggak usah di sini. Okay, okay, thank you very much. So everyone, we have finished with the inaugural session. Then we will continue again with agenda 2, because in agenda 2 we already had 2 panelists, and then we'll be continue with 2 other panelists, including the discussion. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Pak Inyoman Radiarta, and have a safe trip going back to office. Thank you for joining our inaugural session. Please give applause, everyone, once again. Yes, we come back again with agenda 2. we are going to invite again Dr. Arisman, our expert moderator today. And we invite, okay, so I hand the session to Dr. Arisman. Whether we want to invite all panelists or the other panelists, please.
Yeah, I think I would like to invite all the panelists to the stage. Yeah, there's a 4 seat now. Yeah, please, Pak. You can sit. Yeah. Yeah, we will continue the discussion. Now we move for the third speaker, Professor Agung Damar Sakti from Raja Ali Haji Maritime University. We share with us toxicological impact of microplastic contaminant in the environment and fish body on human health. I would like to give the floor for Professor Agung, please. The time is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Please, slide. But please be attentive here, because I will ask you to change the slide. Thank you very much, Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like directly begin with my presentation with the objective we are looking on in this workshop. Yeah, according to the title that the committee asking me to deliver this material of presentation. Next. Here the objective we are looking on is to understand and to assess the toxicological impact on a fish and human, because from in the morning, in the beginning, we talk about the occurrence of the microplastic in mostly in the aquatic environment, and how to identify, how to measure, how to analyze. Also have been I've been determined by the 2 other speakers. So my turn is how to understand about the toxicological impact of the microplastic on the fish and also for the human bodies. Yeah. Next. As you know that microplastic is anywhere, ubiquitous, not only in aquatics environment, but also in our airborne. Yeah, so it is ubiquitous contaminant that very, very important for us to understand and to and how to mitigate the potential hazard, especially for the human being. Yes, thank you. As you know here, for instance, the first speaker has already mentioned about how the microplastic can enter to the living biota, such as the fishes, and also how they can bioaccumulate from the surrounding area, also from the water column, and then also the biomass concentration can be occur through the food chain, and after that, once the fish will be consumed by human through dietary uptake or intake, it will be one another problem for us. So the most important thing that we have to mention, microplastic is not only the environmental pollution, but also already occur in our food, especially for the fishes. And then after we uptake the fish, that will be another problem for human. So microplastics have been found also in many environmental matrices, such as the gastrointestinal tract, gill, and also liver of the fish. Of course, if you want more detail, some microplastic which size less than 150 micrometer can cross direct to the gut barrier. It's even for the blood-brain liquid. So this is very important for us to understand the potential hazard for human. Next. And basically, for fish, the toxicological impact is divided into several aspects: physical aspect, chemical aspect, and after once the microplastic disturb the physical tissues or organ of the fishes, they can also another aspect, which is the chemical aspect from the microplastic itself, because microplastics contain not only the polymer of the plastic, but also the adjuvants such as the bisphenol A, fire retardant, etc., that potentially endocrine disruptor. So it will be increasing the oxidative stress from the fish itself by inducing some reactive oxygen species production, and after oxidative stress level, they will also followed by the immune suppression for the fish itself, and in the end, maybe the all impact can also disrupt the reproduction function of the fishes, which is can alter the hormone level and reduce the fertility. This is the potential problem that we can found regarding to microplastic on fish. Next. And according to Kogel, this very nice review conducted by their teams, the plastic particles toxicity is depend on many aspects. For instance, the particle size itself, because least size is dangerous more. Because the nanoparticle can directly go to the blood-brain liquid, so it's very hazardous for human. And also depend on the concentration of the plastic itself. We divide the plastic with the macroplastic, mesoplastic, microplastic, etc. But the concentration will also play the key role regarding to the impact to the fish or to the human. And also the polymer type, because one polymer can release the polymer itself. Maybe Dr. Cordoba, Professor Cordoba showed there is a polyethylene terephthalate, polystyrene, polyphenol chloride, etc. Each is different toxicity by itself. And also mixing the compound with the bisphenol A, with the phthalate, maybe also with the nonyl phenol, will also increasing the toxicity of the polymer. So the polymer type is very important to boosting the toxicity of the microplastic to living biota. After the particle condition, shape, for example, in gill of the fishes, the shape like the fragment or film is also may increasing the injury of the gill of the fishes because their shape itself. And of course also the sex difference, of female and male is also different response to the toxicity of the microplastic. Study development of the fish itself, in the larva, juvenile, and the adult stadia is different responses. Idem also for the environmental condition, because for instance, when the temperature is higher, the metabolism also increase, that will increasing also the uptake of the microplastic to the living biota. So this is the main aspect that they take into account to the toxicity of the particle of plastic to fishes or to the living biota. Next. We can see here the possible effect from the very beginning, because this is more or less the physical impact. The microplastic can directly make some impairment of the olfactory senses that will disturb the sense of the smell toward the predator, toward the for sexual reproduction, etc. And also, according to the size and the shape of the microplastic, they will also disturb or make some harmful obstruction of the gill of the fishes. And after, for example, the cardiotoxicity, microplastic also will increase the oxidative stress that may increase also the potential risk of the cardio of the organism. And many things also, but I think the we also very interested with the disruption of endocrine system. Yeah, disruption of endocrine system. Yeah, the click please another one, and also by accumulation plastic and toxicity in muscle. Next, yeah, you can see here the endocrine disruptor in fish. Yeah, in this diagram, it's according to Chong, 2032. The source from endocrine disrupting chemical, plastic, most particularly when it's coated by the persistent organic pollutant, for instance, the PCB, yeah, polychlorinated biphenyl, DDT, or many things else, yeah, or phthalate, etc. The ADC, yeah, will be ingested by fish that are already exposed to the organism. But another ADC will come also from the fish itself after passing the tractus digestive. There will be occur through in form of the feces, yeah, and the feces or the maternal transfer can also be the source of the ADC in the surrounding area, and the exposed organs, for example, in the from the ingestion is the jaw, gill, reproductive system, liver, etc. And this is the exposure pathway, yeah. And we see here, for instance, the reproductive system will be why? Because there will be interfered the function of the hormone and also the alteration of the sexual development. And what the effect is the altered sex determination. Even for in the brain of the fish, for example, yeah, when the fish already uptake the microplastic containing the endocrine disrupting chemical, the brain, because especially for the particle with the nano size, they will go directly to the brain, blood-brain system. Yeah, so they will alter the growth hormone, increasing lipophysis, blocker neurotransmitter, etc. And in the end, the result is suppression of the growth, maturation, etc., etc. So this very many impact that can be occur because of our microplastic. So next, this is another study conducted by Kaloyani et al. 2021. It's very interesting because they tried to use the polystyrene microplastic diet through two kind of species, the fishes, Danio and Perca pluviatis, and the effect already determined that there is an increased oxidative stress response, which is protein oxidation, lipid peroxidation, etc. Occurrence of the apoptosis and autophagy, and also the metabolism alteration. That is again show that the potential hazard and impact to the fish biota. Next. So another problem is about the because the small plastic can go directly to the gut system. They will alter the gut flora, which is we call the dysbiosis, and that dysbiosis may increase the number of the pathogen bacteria or to suppress the good one bacteria to help the digestion. So it is very another study that conducted that showed the metabolic pathogen addition. Microplastic may harbor the harmful bacteria, and also but the problem that the research is still limited. The human good microbial effect, not only or not yet to the human organ. Yeah. This slide show that how the microplastic production exposure and then taken by human being through the dietary intake, and not only from dietary intake. The problem of the microplastic also comes through the inhalation, even for the dermal contact. Yeah, the plastic can go through the through blood flow through this mechanism. Yeah, inhalation, ingestion, dermal contact, and distribution to blood flow. And the potential toxicity is digestive system may be disturbed, cardiovascular system, endocrine system, reproductive system, immune system, similar with
Jadi
the
mau itu
what we
anak ibu
found in
juga.
fish also. So this is very important for us to increase our awareness now. Microplastic not only the problem in environment, but also already problem for human bodies. Next. Yeah, this is some study. Yeah, they show that the effect of the microplastic toxicity on the on human, cytotoxic activity increase, modifying energy balance and metabolism, immune function disorder, neurotoxicity, etc. You can browse in this. Many work have been done related to the effect on the microplastic to the human human corpse, the human body. So the effect can be also gendered as follow. Yeah, the inflammation can be occur because the chronic exposure that trigger immune response. Genotoxicity, yeah, because there will potential DNA damage from the chemical addition. Oxidative stress, from which we can get the reactive oxygen species production, and also the endocrine disruption, because there is a phthalate and BPA, bisphenol A, that mimic the hormone that can disrupt our endocrine system. So all these effect, not single effect. So it is very, we need to better understand. We have to conduct a study, longitudinal study, epidemiology study that need many engagement. Yeah. And also, when human is exposed to the microplastic, so there is a vulnerable population that we have to aware. Yeah, the first is of course the pregnant woman, because there's a risk of placental transfer to the fetus. The microplastic can go through directly, and also for the children, because their habitude due to the hand-mouth behavior and development system, and their metabolic rates also very higher, so they will take the potential risk of the microplastic. And after some worker that work in the industrial plastic industry, yeah, and also the coastal community, because they consume the higher seafood consumption. How to mitigate all this vulnerable population is different policy. For example, for the occupational exposure worker, they should use the personal protection equipment. Yeah? For the children, maybe in the school, they work, the place has the minimal plastic. It's a very tricky policy, because not all the policy will solve the problem. Okay. Next. Yeah. And when we talk on the three aspects, the complex composition of the polymer itself, yeah, diverse polymers, the type of additive used for the
Microplastic.
Size variability, micro or nanoplastic is very dangerous, yeah. And also, Professor Reza mentioned this morning that the lack of the standardized method, how you can determine the nanoparticle by using the standard equipment is very difficult. So we need the pyrolysis gas chromatography coupled with the spectrometer mass, which is very expensive, and not all the institution in Indonesia has this kind of standardized method, yeah, for detection, toxic test. And also we need the long-term exposure data that very limited for the human and ecological study. And after, which is also important, the synergistic effect to understand interactive amongst the co-pollutant that complicate the assessment. Next, yeah, so the future study, the research that we can develop, long-term human health study, especially for the chronic exposure effect. We need to make this study. The nanoplastic behavior toxicity and detection method, because this is the more harmful compared to the microplastic one. Of course, the ecological impact is already done in so many studies regarding the trophic transfer and ecosystem level effect, and also the standardized protocol. And maybe the last thing is the innovative solution. Innovative solution, maybe Dr. Christoph will deliver next in the next presentation about the innovation solution. And one of them, for example, is the biodegradation and removal technology using the microbial or bacteria. Okay, I will try to conclude this presentation that we know that microplastics are the pervasive environmental and health concern that not only in the aquatic system, but directly harmful to the human being. So we have to be aware for this kind of problem. So many tasks should be done. The first task is already okay. We have already, I remember when in 2015, when Janet Jambeck stated in their publication about Indonesia is the second polluter plastic in the world, yeah. And many people in Indonesia don't believe because they think it's impossible. We are the number 2. I think the only one that I mostly not agree with this statement, because for me Indonesia is number 1. It's number 1. Why? Because I know in China, I have several times in China, they have the very good waste handling management. So Indonesia is worse than the China at the time being. So that's why our government pushed to stipulate using the some regulation that want to minimize to reduce the marine plastic debris 30% during until the 2030. So it is very important policy that very success. I mean, to reduce the plastic marine plastic debris in marine environment. Another thing is about a significant impact on marine life, particularly fish, with the human health implication. So of course, in Indonesia and Southeast Asia region that consume many fish for their livelihood, it's very important to understand. Urgent need also for improved detection, regulation, and mitigation strategy. And of course, it is not. We have to collaborate, yeah, especially in Southeast Asia region, because in Asia, from the 10 the most polluted country for the marine environment, yeah, I think 6 of 10 is coming from Southeast Asia country. And also the future research critical to understanding long-term effect and the solution. Thank you very much for your listening my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Agung, for your excellent presentation. Professor Agung share with us toxicological impact in fish and human body. There's a physical aspect, chemical aspect for the fish, and then also vulnerable population. The impact of microplastic like pregnant women, children, low-income group, and coastal community. And hope in the future there's a long-term human health studies, standardized protocols, and innovative solution. Now we would like to call the last speaker. The last speaker, please, Christopher. Christopher from Norwegian Institute for Water Research based in Norway. He will share his perspective on the mitigation perspective and technology to reduce plastic debris and microplastic pollution in the region. Please, Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Arisman, and thank you so much to the organizers and to Dr. Agung also for placing the trust in NIVA to come here and present the solutions. As you have seen now from the previous excellent speakers, this is a massive problem. So I don't think I can put all the solutions on the table, but I'm very happy to share what and research. And then I hope that together we can find better solutions. But first of all, let me also say that it's personally a great pleasure to be back in Jakarta. I used to live here, so waking up in the Arya Duta Hotel this morning to the sound of the mosques and seeing this beautiful batik pattern on the wall gave me very good, reminded me of very good memories from a great city and a wonderful country. So thank you so much. If we jump to the introductory, yeah, we can stay on this one a little while because I just want to say a few words about the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. We consider ourselves the leading institute on research that is related to water in Norway, everything from freshwater to marine ecosystems. So we have researchers and experts who work on glaciers and water in the mountains, follow it down through the rivers and streams and some of our lakes and into the fjords and finally the oceans. We have our headquarters in Oslo. We have regional offices around Norway. We also have subsidiaries in Denmark, in Chile, and in China. And we have expertise on a quite broad expertise. So together with our subsidiaries, we're more than 400 people working in NIVA on then everything from ecotoxicology to aquaculture and algae to also social sciences. We have been working in Norway for a long time. We have been working in establishing the factual basis for solving large environmental crises in some of our largest lakes. We are currently working together with other institutes and the Norwegian government in solving a crisis in the Oslo Fjord, which is under a lot of pressure from agriculture, from transportation, from a lot of other stressors. And we have quite a lot of expertise that we like to share. And we are so lucky that for quite some time, we have been working internationally as well. And here in this region, we have a long-standing and great cooperation with the Center for Southeast Asian Studies and local partners in the ASEAN countries. So we're very thankful to Arisman and his team and the local partners for the work that we're doing together. So now I can jump into the presentation. So, and this one I can do very briefly because the previous speakers have already shown the extent of this massive problem. They have shown us that there is a massive production and growing production of plastics all over the world, that this region is very, very important, obviously, both already, but also for the plans for future expansion of plastic production. If we jump to the next one. They have already presented that we struggle quite a bit in this region with waste management practices. You can just click yourself through. We're going to see a few more pictures on that one. So I guess this is familiar for everyone who has traveled a bit in Southeast Asia. That there has been a huge economic development which has reached large parts of all the countries, and not always has the waste management systems followed. So that is something to work on. And then if you click once more. I think the previous speakers have shown very clearly that the microplastics that we're talking about today stems from macroplastics. So this is why we, in our cooperation here in the ASEAN countries, are focusing on upstream solutions. I think it's quite obvious that it will be difficult to clean the oceans for microplastics. Even macroplastics is costly and expensive. There is an estimate that if we were to remove 90% of the macroplastics that is entering the sea every year, it would cost around $10 billion, which would be quite difficult to mobilize, not to say how are you actually going to organize that cleanup. So for us in our work, it's important to look into how can we prevent that plastic from becoming mismanaged waste in the first place. luckily, although there is a lot of challenges in this part of the world, there is also very high commitment to looking into finding solutions, strengthening regional cooperation, and working with the private sector and so on. And this is visible from several political statements, but also from the ASEAN Regional Action Plan. For combating marine debris, which has been in effect now for a few years. So we hope that we will see that we will be able to monitor and see some of the learning and hopefully some successes from that regional action plan. Arisman and I are later today traveling to Kuala Lumpur to meet with the ASEAN working group and our project partners support implementation of that regional action plan. We have been working for some time already with our partners under the ASEANO cooperation. And in our current phase, we are doing our best to support the implementation of the action plan. The first outcome, which I will speak a little bit more about after, is on how we can monitor rivers and based on that, figure out what kind of plastic is causing the problem. We are looking into how can we work with the different actors who are living around these rivers in the water catchments that lead to the pollution ending up in the oceans in the end. And we are working with those communities to increase awareness. I'm very happy to see that we have the students here today from the Technical University of Fisheries. I think that's important. And then we are looking into how this can improve policies, how we can measure the effects of policies, and then how we can further integrate this into planning. And we think that all these 5 outcomes support the regional action plan, which underlines the importance of working with the private sector, also with awareness, education, and outreach, with research, and also in the support of policy and planning. And I'm happy to say that over the last 2 days, we have been organizing a workshop here in Jakarta, focusing on the Global Plastics Treaty negotiations that are underway. And I'm very impressed by some of the participants, how they have been sharing what's going on in their countries. I think if we had looked back only 5 years, the awareness and the efforts would have been much lower than what we see today. Some of the participants here today were also participating in that workshop, and it warms my heart to see that there is so much work going on and so much more awareness today. As I mentioned, we focus on the upstream sources. We can skip this one. We are currently working in Cambodia and Vietnam. We have, together with our partners there, the Royal University of Phnom Penh, the Vietnam Maritime University, and other institutes in these 2 countries, selected some water catchments and some rivers where we're doing the river monitoring. We are making sure that what we're doing in these 2 countries is also benefiting other ASEAN countries. All our activities are open for experts from the ASEAN countries. And we're building on experience from what we have been doing in other ASEAN countries from before. Yeah, you see the logos of some of our partners on there. It's a quite large cooperation. What we're doing now is that we are making sure that our local partners can do this river monitoring regularly, so that we can see if there are changes in what is flowing down the river at different times of the year, which will make it easier for us when we're modeling and looking into the potential solutions. To as you can imagine, what the plastic looks like has effects on how it behaves when it enters the water, how heavy it is, what shape it has, the density, its other properties. So we have some experts who have been looking into this, and you can also see that when you have the actual plastic products, they will behave very differently in the water. Some will sink and degrade on the bottom. Some will be floating and degrade when they are exposed to the sun, which you have seen earlier today, to the water, to the wind, and gradually degrade into microplastic. This fragmentation happens sometimes in the river. Some of the plastic items will go all the way out to the sea and then again be almost impossible to fish up. So I was asked in our previous workshop, like what kind of monitoring is possible, and there is a wide range of monitoring options. Many want to do like the satellite observation, which is quite expensive. We are working in areas where we think it's important to mobilize the local expertise. And we try to do this in ways that are possible to perform basically everywhere. So we are focusing on manual monitoring. So very often our colleagues will be standing on a bridge for quite some time and then looking into the river to see what they can physically see and then categorizing what kind of plastic that is. And then we also use the monitoring by nets, and then again, it has been important for us that our local partners can create those nets from equipment that you can normally buy in a store in the region. So they should not depend on very expensive, very technically advanced equipment to do this macro plastic monitoring. But when we, in the next stage, will also work on microplastic monitoring, that will be more advanced. That's also something that our partners have wanted. So we will do that because we heard earlier today that there is a strong need for strengthening the microplastic detention, that we have standards. And we think that our cooperation with partners in the ASEAN countries will also contribute to a better global effort on microplastic detention, that we will hopefully in the future have a global standard, so it's easier to do comparisons between the continents. Then what are we doing with all these data? We are putting them into a model, which we then allow local decision makers to use to look into how they can choose between different policy measures. Here you see Beijing. We have been working in China for quite some years as well. And this model has inputs on the expected population development. So in most parts of China, the population is expected to decrease over the next 20, 30 years. You can have different factors like how many plastic bottles will be returned and recycled, how much of the plastic waste in general is mismanaged, how much of it is collected and recycled, how much of it is incinerated, and so on. And then this model will help you to look into what will be more efficient options for the policymakers. So in that one, I think it estimated that with the selected criteria, they would have 3,000 tons less per year of plastic entering the canals in Beijing in 2050 than in 2020. And it also, based on all the data that they had been collecting so far, estimated that in the flat waters around Beijing, it takes about 2 years from the plastic being ending up in the water in Beijing before it ends up in there. We have been through a lot of this as well. A lot of the microplastic comes from different macroplastic from all kinds of sectors, which is why I'm so happy that over the last 2 days, we have had representatives of many different ministries. I think that is a key solution as well, that we who care about the health of the ocean, the health of seafood, that we work with all those sectorial ministries, be it agriculture, be it industry, and so on, to find the solutions together. And just to add a little bit to when it comes to sources of microplastics in the ASEAN countries, our colleagues conducted this baseline study, which was launched last year, but it's mapping existing studies in the ASEAN region. So, as you heard earlier, from the Philippines, from Indonesia and Malaysia, and then from our own region, we can report that exposed to microplastics. And then something that we have not spoken so much about today is tires, and which we have not worked so much on in the ASEAN region yet, but it's one of the largest sources to microplastics globally. And in Norway, it is the largest single source. Norway is a quite strange country in many aspects. You will see that we have artificial soccer turfs. It's the second largest source of microplastics in Norway. Like in Indonesia, soccer is the most popular sport, but we don't have the weather that you have. So we have some strange equipment on our soccer fields. Unfortunately, that has contributed to a lot of microplastics. So we have banned those fields now. So we're looking into also. More difficult to ban tires altogether. That would cause some havoc, I think, in most countries. What we see is that some producers of tires, they market their tires as green or environmentally friendly. But when we look into them, when they tear up and into microplastics, they often have quite poor environmental properties as well. And there are things you can do. You can design the roads so that when the microplastics is washed out to the ditches, it's collected there. But it's quite difficult to get all the different chemicals, the hazardous chemicals that are often used in tires. Those we're not able to collect. So there's a huge risk that they will end up in those. So that's something that we need to look into. And we're working quite a lot on this in NIVA, so that's something together in the future. I'm getting closer to the end. We think it's important to work with local government. We think it's very important to continue providing the trainings and educations that you are so well into already. We think it's important to continue the monitoring program and not least to include the private sector. Therefore, we think in the Global Plastics Treaty work, it's important to have a focus on a circular economy, place responsibility on the private sector, focus on extended producer responsibility schemes so that those who put plastic products on the market are also responsible for collecting them or preventing the environmental damage that we see happening today. And then how can we document all of this? We can go to the next slide. And then we can play the video. So this is one of our researchers so as I mentioned earlier, now we will see from India, and then the decision makers can try to choose the different parameters on like how much of the plastic are they able to recover, how much is mismanaged, and so on, and then they will be able to get these tools. So this is something that we're working now, but when we have the results from Vietnam and Cambodia, we will put them into these models as well. And hopefully we will be able to provide decision makers with a solid tool so that they can do science-based decision making. And then this picture is from about 2 weeks ago when we had a delegation from China visiting and we organized a beach cleanup with them. You may have heard about the single-use plastic directive that was introduced in the EU about 5 years ago. And we don't have so much official statistics on this yet, but our scientists and our statistics are looking into this. But those who are cleaning the beaches are reporting that compared to 5 years ago, they find a lot less. So they don't find all these plastic forks and plastic knives. They don't find all these plastic Q-tips that they found everywhere. So that has really helped. They see that the policies have helped that we have introduced in the EU. Unfortunately, what we saw and which we still find is that there is tons and tons and tons of fishery equipment that is coming ashore. Some of it is still quite large, but a lot of it is fragmented, so tiny that it's difficult to pick, much easier for the birds to pick. So they eat it or they build their nests with it and they expose the next generation to decomposing plastic as well. So this is something that we need to work on together. And we're happy to know that the Global Plastics Treaty might also have a framework for legacy fishing gear on the ocean. And then when we're introducing measures. So one of my last messages is that last year in the EU and in Norway, you are not able to buy a drinking container that is meant for single use. Now I use this at the gym, so I refill it there, and I refilled it at Ariaduta yesterday as well. But from last year, you're not able to sell it patched, which is actually quite annoying when I'm drinking from this bottle. And I felt that that's why are they doing this? In Norway, we return more than 96% of our plastic or PET bottles because we have a solid EPR scheme for this. But the reason is that we find 3 times more caps on the beaches than we find the actual bottles. So if someone had told me that when the rule was introduced, I would have been much more happy about it. So this is an encouragement to work with the people when you're introducing new measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christopher. Yeah, welcome to, I would like to invite Prof. Reza and Dr. Yeah. To mitigate the microplastic pollution, because from macroplastic to microplastic, even next month there's a global plastic treaty in Geneva. So I believe from 192, if memory of UNEA is 193 countries discuss about plastic issues from macro to micro. And also mentioned by Christopher, should be involve government, private sector to improve the monitoring, modeling, the trend. Yeah, also already mentioned by Prof. Reza in the morning. So I think from these 4 speakers, we have an opportunity like 10 minutes from the participant because due of run of time. Please feel free if you have question and for whom. Raise your hand and mention your name, please. I give opportunity maybe from Asian countries in this table if you want to say something or respond from the presentation. Maybe you don't agree with the Cambodia mention all river polluted by microplastic. You can counter with your data. So data counter by data, right? Please from Cambodia. Mr. Chief, please, Pak Andi.
Thank you, Pak Arisman. I think it's a great opportunity that the microplastic expert is give a presentation in today. I'm just wondering that that everyone, and I think in every opportunity, people has give lots of campaign about the or even plastic pollution in the waters ecosystem that can give a negative impact to health, to human body. And I just want to know what do we have any find the best solution about this problem in the world. I'm sure there less of the air pollution, water pollution, garbage and anything else. I'm sure it's very clean. It's very bit ideal, but in so Asian, I think still a problem. That's problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Andi. I think already mentioned ya by Prof. Agung ya about the impact on the fish, Pak. Maybe Pak Andi left the room ya with Pak Nyoman. It's very clear the impact to the fish, but for direct impact or indirect impact. So maybe I would like to call Prof. Agung to respond, Pak Andi.
Thank you, Pak Andi. First thing is we have to understand that plastic is a product which is very environmental sound. This is the first thing we have to understand. We are not anti-plastic, but the problem for us is how to better manage the waste of the plastic. So that's why one of the policy, for instance, reducing the single-use bottle plastic is very good because we can do for another policy. This is how to reduce, because in the hierarchy of the waste management, the avoidance is the first step that we have to do, yeah, prior to the another reuse, recycle, etc. So the first thing, plastic is something very good, yeah, it's a very environmental, but we have to good manage, so we don't allow to throw anywhere. We just collect, make them another product or reuse this plastic. So I think the most prominent way to make it public awareness increasing is through the education. Yeah, so from the higher education, the public, how to educate the people to understand about the function of the plastic is the first thing. But another aspect is the toxicity of the plastic itself. So as the scientists or maybe the industrial, they have to think about the complexity of the plastic itself, because plastic now there are so many polymer. For instance, the high density polyethylene is very rigid. Yeah, it will be used for the chemical resistant, but not for other things. The problem, if we use the high HDPE for the food boxes, it can be potential throw in the garbage and then will be difficult to be biodegraded. So this is also the how to choose the product, how to substitute the adjuvant, because the plastic, in order to make it more supple, they need to put the phthalate and the bisphenol A, which is very dangerous, which is the endocrine disruptor. Because the polymer plastic itself, polyethylene, polystyrene, didn't make the problem directly to the endocrine disruption, for instance, but the very dangerous compound, endocrine disrupting compound, that can enter to the human body. This is I think the people should think about or the scientists, the engineering should think about what kind of plastic we have to produce, etc. Mungkin.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Agung.
My answer. Thank you.
Yeah. Prof. Reza, you want to add? No?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I just want to add what Prof. Agung already said. So in regard with the plastic treaty, at least we have like a 3-step of, like the plan how to tackle the plastic litter itself, because it will relate with the microplastic in the world, not only in Indonesia, not only in regional in Southeast Asia, but all around the world. So at least in Indonesia point of view, so we at least have to have a 3 plan: the short-term plan, long-term, and a short-term, medium, and also long-term. So for the short-term plan, since we already have a lot of waste, a lot of plastic waste, what we can do as an emergency plan, we have to build, well, maybe it's controversial, but I think I will follow like the Scandinavian country, because just yesterday we met with the Denmark scientists. They already built the incinerator since 1971, I guess. I think it's also happened in all the Scandinavian countries, like Norwegia, and then like the other countries in Scandinavia. So we have to build the incinerator at least in the next 10 years to reduce the plastic that have a potential to be a microplastic directly in the environment. And for the midterm, I was thinking about the to make like the implementation of EPR, the EPR, and then public-private partnership, and also including the Agung already mentioned about the substitute the plastic into the more soundly environmentally materials. And then for the long-term one, of course, we need to have educate the people. Educate the people. It's the hardest job, I believe, because like, for example, maybe the Scandinavian countries, they already educate the people how to manage their waste since I think 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Really? So that's why yesterday when we talked to the Denmark scientist, I told him that maybe we are kind of a behind Scandinavian country, like 50 years. So we have to learn. It's already late, but better late than doing nothing, right? So we have to do that as fast as we can before it's late, and then before the plastic pollution can give really bad impact to our environment and to our human health. I think that's from me.
Yeah. Second question, please. Mention your name, please, Pak.
This workshop is really interesting, but I saw the graphics and the presentation. It seems that you are fighting a non-living organism, non-biodegradable, and we are trying to show that it is harmful. But you should understand, since I was born, I could have probably been having plastics with me until now. That of the lethal toxicity of these plastics that has been ingested directly or indirectly by living organisms that cause death. Somebody reported that.
Okay.
This is unlike virus, which caused the pandemic, because the tissues are being eaten by virus. And this is also a non-living organism. Non-living organism, but it eats the tissue of your body, like what we have lately on the pandemic issue about COVID-19. This plastic is different.
Okay, I got your.
Mostly what you can do is just presume possible effect. But have we really seen the real effect of this?
Okay, we got your
That's all I
point.
can say.
Yeah. The question is, this is real, but Prof. Agung presentation about toxicology impact, I think is real. Yeah, please, Para.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. It is real. Feel in the environment is not not the relevant concentration regarding to the. I'm sorry. When we do the effective concentration, lethal dose concentration, make some tests to the living organism, fishes, and even for the coral reef. I have been conducted the research using the coral reef, and there will a death occurrence and minimum the necrosis cell. We found it. So, but the concentration is not relevant with the actual concentration in the environment. I mean, for the moment, in the environment, the concentration is still below the effective concentration that make hazard directly to the living biota, of course. But if we don't mitigate it from now, the concentration will increase gradually day by day. So I can make the certitude that it's very real impact on the living biota when we test in the laboratory.
Thank you, Prof. Agung. I think this is the last one since we already run out of the time. Yes, Pak Andi? No? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think no more question. There's one question? Okay, one more question. Okay. Maybe from Malaysia? Huh? Oh yeah, maybe also from the Zoom. I forget. Malaysia? Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Christopher. Since you've already outlined the sources of the microplastics in Norway, and you've identified that tire industries is one of the most prominent contributor to microplastics. So is there any regulations made by the government to control the industry?
Yeah, the question goes to who? Christopher maybe, yeah. Okay. Is any regulation to control the
So markets, and we have regulations for what you can present as environmentally friendly as well. But this is quite recent findings from our institute. So I don't know government response because we are bound by the European internal market. So this is probably something that will take a bit of time. But certainly something that we will need to look into because it is the largest source. So it's a very good question, very relevant, and something that we have brought to the attention of the policymakers, but I don't think we have shifted the policies yet.
Okay, thank you, Christopher.
Mr. Isara, you would like to ask question?
Yeah.
Question?
Please, Isara.
This is not my question, but I would like to raise the potentials. The fishery right now, the aquaculture play a very important role. It take around 20% of the production, world production, 43 million metric ton from 200 production. Are there any microplastic transfer from the trap fish or even other material for making animal meal, fish meal? Our food. Are there any study? May I ask the floor and also our colleague from AQD. Thank you.
Any study about that? Maybe Dr. Beta, you want to
Yes,
respond?
this will be last question, Pak.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank you for your question. So you asked about the research about the there have study about the transfer the microplastic from the fish to the human, right? Yeah. Actually, most of the fish, when the human eat the fish, the digestive organ, mostly of the fish they will throw separate first and then not eat the digestive organ. But some fish like the small fish like the clam or maybe shrimp, the human will not or maybe cannot throw the digestive organ first. Yeah, that's mean that what thing have in their digestive organ, it will be transferred to the human when the human eat the seafood like that. But the last slide, I saw that mostly the accumulation microplastic in the human body, yeah, more than 50% is from fish. That's from the data. Yeah, from the data. And maybe to the next in the future, yeah, we need to make one knowledge for the human how to use how to consume the fish. That, yeah, the First, we need to separate the digestive enzyme first, because in the digestive organ is the microplastic will be accumulated like that. Yeah, that's
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, because yeah, we will conclude not conclude, but the end of the session 2. We'll continue discussion because we have another session. Of course, this topic is very timely because Geneva, and then we'll see how far and how advanced when we are talking about microplastic, because each country have their own target, different target, different capacity. So I think, we already share. I mean, the speaker already share the impact, toxicological impact, and mitigation, everything. So scientists would need also support from the government. Also mentioned by Prof. Reza, he already give input to our government about microplastic article in the Plastic Treaty in Geneva next month. Please give a big applause for all distinguished speakers. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much also for our moderator, Dr. Arisma, for expertly guiding today's session, and also, of course, our panelists. And to close this agenda, we are honored to present a token of appreciation. A token of appreciation to be delivered by the Deputy Secretary General of SIFDEC, Mr. Koichi Tahara. So we would like to invite the moderator and also speakers here, and there will be token of appreciation given by the Deputy Secretary General of SIFDEC. And we need help from students. Okay, we will give the souvenir to the moderator. Yeah. Yeah, so first, please, to our, this one, can take, yeah, to our moderator, Dr. Arisman. Yeah, thank you for expertly guiding the discussion, and also to our speaker, Dr. Beta. Yes, thank you very much, and also to Professor Reza. And also to Prof. Agung. Please open it for photo session later. That's okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And then last but not least, for Mr. Christopher from NIFA. And be ready, photographer. We are going to have the photo session. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Yeah. Please join. Yeah. Please join the photo session. Andi, Deputy Chief, please join the photo session, please. Yes. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Smile, please. Oh, face gesture. Nggak bisa, susah. Okay, yes. Ready? Please. Thank you. You may return to your seat, and thank you very much for the wraps up of the agenda too. And everyone, now, this is what you are waiting for. Please enjoy the lunch break now, and please, the lunch will be provided at ground floor, on ground floor, and then the prayer room. I would like to give announcement to Muslim. The prayer room for Muslim is on 7th floor, and please return back to this meeting room at 1:45. Yes, 1:45. So you have around 1 hour break, right? Yes, you may leave your bag here. So see you after the lunch break, everyone. So the restaurant is on ground floor. As you come out from the lift, so you may take left turn. Jadi restorannya di lantai dasar, ground floor. Setelah keluar dari lift itu belok kiri. Terima kasih.
Pesan-pesan tak terus.
Given 5 minutes, right?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for opportunity to speak today. My name is Ivan from Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Republic Indonesia. Today, I would like to share with you the efforts and challenge Indonesia is facing in addressing the pressing issue of marine and fish water debris, particularly related to plastic pollution. Next. Indonesia, number one, national and local regulation. Indonesia has taken significant steps to policies such as Presidential Regulation number 83 2080 with target to reduce marine plastic debris by 70 by 2020. 25. This is feature support by Ministerial Regulation number 130 2023 with focus on plastic waste management in coastal area and activity involve local fishing community. 2. Government lead program and camping. The National Coordination Team for Marine Debris Management TKNPSL coordinates national effort. Initiative include coastal cleanups, public education, and program like Desa Pesisir Bersih, Clean Coastal Village, meant to build long-term system and infrastructure.
We also partner with the private sector to the national circular economic movement. 3. The impact of plastic pollution. Plastic debris is now widely found in rivers, coastal water, and marine organisms, threatening biodiversity and fisheries. As one for the largest contributor to marine plastic globally, Indonesia faces serious environmental and socioeconomic consequences. For research and studies, national research bodies like BRINS, KKP Research Center, and university have conducted study on microplastic, showing their presence in fish, plankton, and sediment. The study revealed that plastic pollution not only impact ecosystem but also the livelihood of coastal community. 5 recommendation and way forward. Number 1, promote public awareness and behavior change, especially in coastal area and schools. 2, improve land to integrate waste management system, supports community based recycling and circular economy approach. 3, encourage innovation in alternative material and police environment enforcement. The last conclusion, addressing marine and freshwater debris is not a challenge that can be solved by one sector alone. It requires a multi-level collaborative approach involving strong policy, community participation, and scientific research. With the commitment from all stakeholders, from government, civil society to private sector, we believe Indonesia can become a regional leader in marine debris reduction and circular economy for the sustainability of our ocean and future generation. Thank you.
The representative from Indonesia, from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. For more clarification, maybe you can have your own small discussion personally to him. Okay, so now we continue to the second presenter. We are going to welcome the representative from Myanmar, Dr. Sumotwi, the Director of Department of Fisheries, Myanmar. Please welcome.
Hello, good afternoon to all. I'm Su from the Myanmar. So I would like to say about a little for the microplastic concerning from the Myanmar. Yes, that is our meeting there, objective, right? Next. Yes, that is our questionnaire, right? Next. Yes, for that, I would like to discuss a little. According to the meeting agenda, Myanmar has conducted the first research project to measure the presence of the microplastic pollution in marine water. This research was collaborated by the Norway Institute of the Marine Research, Norway researcher Dr. Fitson Nansen, fishing vessel, and then domestically expert from the Myanmar, some of the University of the Molamyai, Patay, and Department of the Fishery. They also researched together in the research vessel. So the microplastic were widespread with the highest number of the recorded in the Yakai state in shallow station and less particle also found in Delta region by the 2018 research vessel data. And then next. that is the previous study and research data. So last 2018, they did the research. So we see that we have a lot of the microplastic pollution in our Myanmar waterway. And then next. That also the previous data of the for that from the FAO and NORAD. Next. And next. And also that is the according to this result, they published the like that this book. In this the Myanmar data, a lot of the microplastic and marine debris. And yes, that is the paper from the that also that data. So the marine collection bulletin from the from that data they publish for that. And then yes, for the microplastic pollution, for the food safety, we have to test if we have if we got the guideline and or the directive or from the exporter or importer country, we have to test for that. So we prepare for that the machine. So we will install the next month. Okay, next. Yes, that is the for the policy. For the policy, Myanmar has a Myanmar National Plastic Action Plan for the combating the marine debris. It was from the Ministry of the Environmental Conservation and Forestry, and then that is from that is the final draft with the supporter from the Japan ASEAN integrating. So it was not detailed for the microplastic. So for the food safety, our Department of the Fishery and also the ASEAN Department of the Fishery, we have to do the guideline or directive or something for that. Next. Yes, that is the recommendation for that. So need to test the composition of the microplastic in all the ASEAN member country. So we have to test. So need to give the detailed testing method and as a training to member country, and also the need to do the policy and directive for the export or import product of the fishery product. So our country Myanmar will abide and adopt for that the guideline. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, Minggalabar. Yes. Now we continue to the next sharing from Malaysia. So we would like to welcome Ms. Najiha.
Hi everyone, Assalamualaikum and selamat siang. Dan, sorry, I was going to speak in Indonesia. My name is Najiha Muhammad. I'm from Department of Fisheries Malaysia. And actually, we were mandated to give only 5-minute presentation for each country. So I will try my best. Very agencies. So it involves on the Environmental Quality Act 1974, where primary federal law controlling pollution and environmental degradation. And next is on the National Marine Litter Policy and Action Plan 2021 to 2030, where one of the pillar is improve monitoring and data collection on marine litter, and then is a roadmap towards single-use plastics, where we have already started since 2018, and there is approach to eliminate single-use plastics by 2030. And apart from that is the state implementation on solid waste and public cleansing management. And on the local government measures, there are several states that have already putting fines if you are disposing litter inappropriately. And apart from that, in which for the coastal area management, I believe most of the country also conducting the beach cleaning and also monitoring program by local authorities. And apart from that is on the marine park protection, where special regulations for protected marine areas. Next. Can you bring down the... I can't see. So there are a few government-led programs and campaigns that aimed at combating marine and freshwater debris. The first is on the national level programs, where this is widely known on the Southeast Asia Circular Project. The CASA, Ministry of Tenaga, Sumber Tenaga, they are collaborating with UNEP and also Swedish government on preventing marine plastic pollution. But from that is on maritime institution, where we conducted the Clean Coast Index implementation, and similar to previous guideline, no plastic bag campaigns, and apart from that is on Malaysian Ocean Cleanup Partnership. And there are also several campaigns that's conducted by the government on Clean Seas Malaysia, Friends of Environment under Department of Environment, and also communication, education, and public awareness. This is also all that has been guideline under the National Action Plan. And I also think that it is important to emphasize that the government supported the NGO programs like from the reef check programs, where we did the international coastal cleanup and also weekend awareness on beach cleanups and education sessions. So for question 3 and question 4, I am combining the questions. Yes, it is considered a significant issue, especially since there are publications, a wide and mass publication by Giantback that's mentioning that most of the Southeast Asia countries are the top polluters of the plastic that goes into the ocean, and it's impacting our reputation. And then even the Klang River, one of the rivers in Malaysia, it's been dubbed as the top 3 most polluted river in the world. So that's why the ministry and also the department has been conducting extensive research covering not only on the South China Sea, but also on the Straits of Malacca and also on the Borneo area. And just sharing a bit, we are also conversing on the health, on the human health, and just sharing, this is few of the latest publications that been made on the food safety of Indian mackerel, where we specifically calculating the intake of microplastics from the Indian mackerels only, taken from flesh. And apart from that is multi-species commercial fish, and it is estimated about 8.95 particles per individual is consumed by Malaysians. And then on the marine park assessment, where we assess marine park if they are contaminated with microplastics. So apart from that, the recommendations of addressing first is evidence-based decision making. Even though there are still numerous research that have been conducted, but more research need to be done, especially to address single solutions. And apart from that is multi-stakeholder coordination, as we do understand that the issue of plastic waste is also transboundary, not only from not only each country problems, and then is extended producer responsibility. Apart from that is on enforcement mechanism. We cannot taken out the importance of enforcement. And then on technology deployment, like what been shared by Mr. Christopher, it is very important for us, especially on managing the waste. And last but not least, that we should not forget the community engagement should be conducted frequently. Right, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was from Malaysia. Check. Okay, now we continue to Cambodia. So, please welcome. Check. Please welcome the Deputy Director of Department of Fisheries Administration of Cambodia, Mr. Van.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leng Sivan. I work in Fisheries Administration. This is my pleasure to allow me to present or share the mitigation and strategic policy for for combating microplastic pollution for marine and freshwater fishery in Cambodia. Led to the next slide, please. Led to the regulation for addressing marine fresh water debris in Cambodia. Now Cambodia have a law and subdegree to address this issue. We have a law on fishery, law on fishery in 2006, prohibited the dumping or flowing drainage toxic substance polluting or harming to aquatic animal and plant the fishery domain. This is in the article 1898. Yeah. And we have three subdegree. Subdegree 1, number 27 on the control of water pollution, adopt 1999. This subdegree in the article 8 it states that disposal of solid waste or any garbage or hazardous substances into public water area or into public drainage system shall be strictly prohibited, and storage or disposal of solid waste or any garbage and hazardous substances that lead to pollution of waste should be prohibited. And another subdegree, number 36, on a solid waste management in 1999. This subdegree devolve responsibility to provinces and cities which are expected to develop short or medium or long-term waste management plan for their area. This is the subdegree shown in the article number 5. And the last subdegree number 168 on the management of plastic bag. This subdegree adopted in 2017. In this subdegree, we show that the reduction of import, production, distribution, and use of plastic bag to improve public health, environment, and aesthetic, and also penalty of the people who will not respect this subdegree. Please, next slide. Related to the government lead a program of campaign combating marine freshwater debris in Cambodia. This is the main issue in Cambodia. That's why Royal Government of Cambodia has been working with the internal governmental agency, for example, COPC, and a development partner. We have FFI, the World Bank, UNDP, GIZ, and UNEP to implement project on reduce marine litter and plastic pollution in Cambodia. And also we have Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fishery is planning to discuss with the FAI and FIF. FIF is the IO is the organization. It's based in the Sihanouk province to collect the data of ghost net in the marine fishery management area at Kohorong Archipelago of the Sihanouk province. And especially FI have collaborated with the Fisheries Administration of MAP. Kuda Diver is the like private sector. They provide service for tourists to dive or and another dive shop. Another dive shop is like the private sector to collect the data relating the underwater debris. And we have another private sector is called the Khmer Dive Group. They volunteer to collect the coast gear every month in order to protect coral and marine life in the seawater. And now we have a community fishery cooperate with the local policy NGO to collect solid waste or trash, including the fishing net around the beach and mangrove forest every month. Next slide. Led to the impact of plastic debris on water body and fishery in Cambodia. Impact of this, we have it make a poor water quality, impact tourism, impact the marine life. For example, the dolphin, marine turtle fish, animal species. All this is dead every year with known. And impact of fish stock. That means the fish decrease. And also impact the navigation. For example, vessel. And impact marine habitat, especially the corals. And impact local community income. That means the fish stock decrease. That's local fisher can get low fish catch. Next slide. Like into the research and study on the impact of marine and freshwater debris plastic pollution on fishery. Now research and study on debris, marine debris and plastic pollution impact on fishery in Cambodia are limited. We have FI, RUPP. RUPP is the Royal University of Phnom Penh, and we have World Bank, UNEP. They conduct the research on solid waste and marine litter on following topics. For example, we have FI work with the RUPP, conduct research on investigation solution to marine plastic pollution in Cambodia in 2020. And FI work with the World Bank, did a research on solid waste management and marine litter in Koh Rong Archipelago in 2021. And the last one, UNEP, study research on marine litter in Cambodia, a situation analysis and recommendation for planning and action in 2022. In general, the research study mostly focus on the land-based waste debris, and no research study of impact on fishery was conducted in Cambodia so far. Next slide. For recommendation for addressing the marine and freshwater debris and plastic pollution, and now we have some recommendation to address this issue. One, we should improve technical capacity to national and subnational officer and relevant stakeholder on plastic pollution and marine litter, and we should raise public awareness, dissemination on impact of marine debris and plastic pollution on marine life and socio-economic. We should promote policy and regulation of retrieving, recycling, marine litter and plastic pollution at national and regional level. And we should participate and support to reduce plastic use thing and not to dispose waste or debris into the marine and freshwater. And the last one, we should strengthen and extend in collaboration with the development partner or donor to promote and support further research and monitoring on plastic pollution and marine debris. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pan. Now we will continue to the presentation from country representative Thailand. Would like to welcome Ms. Sarali.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarali Chuchim, Fishery Biologist from Department of Fishery, Thailand. On behalf of Department of Fishery, I would like to express a sincere gratitude to the project organizer, IFRMD and JIF, for inviting Thailand to participate in this workshop. It is a great honor to be here. Today, I will give a presentation on Thailand's effort and responses to address marine and freshwater debris based on the questionnaire. Thailand has direct and indirect regulation to addressing marine and freshwater debris. The first one is the Royal Ordinance on Fishery 2015 and the amendments to do not releasing, pouring, discharging, or causing the passage of any in amounts. And the second is the navigation in the Thai Water Act, issued by the Marine Department to improve shipwreck, national parks, wildlife, and plant conservation, enforce strict ban on plastic waste in national park. And the fourth is the upcoming law, new law in the draft of sustainable packaging management law, and expected to be enacted by 2026 under the Pollution Control Department. Next, please. Thailand implement comprehensive government-led program. We have Thailand roadmap on plastic waste management set to key targets, reducing and replacing single-use plastic with eco-friendly alternatives, and achieving a 100% circular economy for plastic waste, with 2 detailed action plans on plastic waste management. Phase 1 is focused on reduction of single-use plastic at consumption process and post-consumption plastic waste management. And Phase 2 focus on product life cycle analysis and the circular economy. One of the main focus of this phase is to reduce marine plastic, specifically to reduce plastic waste with potential leakage into the sea by 50% by 2027. Furthermore, next please. Furthermore, we have campaign to removal and reduction marine debris. DOF run the return waste to the shore, restore our sea. Campaign with commercial fish vessel to recycle marine waste And Thailand also support the Net Free Sea campaign in partnership with the Environmental Justice Foundation. Next week. Under the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, conduct beach cleanup in sandy beach, mangrove, and coral reefs, and also install boom, trap, garbage boat, and interceptor for preventing marine debris. And the pollution control promote to reduce and repair single-use plastic and plastic waste segregation. Next. Plastic pollution has many impacts in Thailand. Environmental impact include harm to endangered marine species, coral reef degradation, and microplastic contamination in water body and biota. Marine debris not only impact to environment aspect, but also impact on economy and human health aspect directly and indirectly. Next week. Thailand has actively monitored and conduct research through DOF and DMCR, also university. This include monitoring of seabed marine debris, microplastic water surface, floating marine debris, and brand label identification on marine debris. And to address marine and freshwater debris more effectively, Thailand recommends strengthening legislation promoting source-based management, fostering public-private partnership, advancing research and innovation, increased awareness, and boosting regional cooperation. We can work toward a cleaner and more sustainable future for our sea and freshwater resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Now we invite the representative from the Department of Livestock and Fisheries Law PDR. So please welcome Mr. Kam.
Selamat siang, Sabadi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kamul Tong Samut. I work at Livestock and Fisheries from Law PDR. So today I would like to give a presentation about mitigation and strategic policy for combating microplastic in Law PDR. Next slide, please. So may I brief you shortly about the Lao is the main Mekong River inland fisheries. As you see, for here you have for plastic that's pollution in Mekong River, and especially in the rainy season that you can see is a lot of plastic. And here's some regulation or law that's relevant to mitigation plastic in law. That's from now to 2030, and also for National Plastic Action Plan from 24 to 2030, and Waste Management Strategy and Action Plan, and one regulation of community fishery management is very important, that we interest to the local communities. When we talk about the project that we conduct or project research in Laos, it's not, we not have many, but just only for National Plastic Action Plan from the start last year, and that's they focus on using a single-use plastic is waste management system that provides the correct waste of plastic, that correct waste, and promote for sustainable alternative. And we try to engage business and support green enterprise, and also we cooperation domestic and international, like we are here, and especially for MRC that they have one protocol project that that they work for microplastic in marine microplastic marine riverine microplastic, riverine microplastic, and microplastic in fisheries. Next. Here you are the issue that, as we know, for the hot issue right now, it's the microplastic or plastic in the river. It's not only in Laos, it's around the world. So it's that's a lot of, that's many things that impact to human or to the natural environment, especially for the fish. That you see this picture, I just want to show you. It's if we look at by eyes, we don't know what is wrong with fish that died. But if we do research or analysis, that we know what it's what the case of the fish die. Maybe it's by microplastic or nanoplastic. And even those that microplastic lots in the river that is maybe destroy or degradation for fish habitats and also for the fishing gears. That growing the developing countries, so we try to develop that some scales that it's effect to the river. And for research, as I mentioned earlier about the Mekong River Commission, that they try to mitigations or address for microplastic, that they have 3 project protocols that they look at. It not only in Laos, that among Mekong River basin like Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and Vietnam, that they look at for microplastic in fish. And also for the research from domestic, that's Lao University, the cooperation for Hiroshima University from Japan, that's the collaboration to research in Vientiane capitals. Next, please. So for the dressings for the future, that's we try to enhance national regulations effectively to address the aquatic plastic pollutions and promote the waste separate, as I said, that separate the plastic or waste at the right way to reduce the plastic to the riverines. And for third one, that's strengthen community based on monitoring and practicing and clean up, like we to promote to the rural area. It's from the government and to rural area, especially for who live in near the rivers, that they have to try to understand what's plastic and what's the effect of plastics if we throw it anyways. And for number 4, it's encourage research based life, because right now in Laos that we limited about research on microplastic. That's why it's maybe with international or NGO that who's have some experience, that we are here to learn together how to address the microplastic in the rivers. Yes, that's all my presentation. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Yeah, terima kasih. Thank you very much, Mr. Kam from Lao PDR. Now we have the last country representative. So please welcome Ms. Lintak from Philippines.
Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. It's almost 3 p.m. and the official siesta time hour. I know it's the air conditioning, your comfy chair. So may I ask, before we start, to stand up before we dive into the marine debris? Everyone, please stand up for a few seconds. Then let's have a stretch to the left, stretch to the right. Raise your hands up. Okay, now you can go back to your seats. Okay, I would like to introduce myself. I am Maria Bernadette Cristina Lintag. I am from the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, under the Fisheries Resources Management Division. I will be presenting the Philippines' effort and challenges in combating marine and freshwater debris, particularly plastic pollution. Okay. So, next slide, please. So let's dive into the pressing issue of the marine debris in Southeast Asia. First, it is important to recognize that plastic debris is spread predominantly land-based. No, over 75% of our marine litter in our region is plastic. This is a serious environmental concern. So marine debris isn't just a local problem. It's a shared challenge, biodiversity, and even livelihoods. This pollution knows no borders. Plastic waste travels rivers to seas and crossing national lines. So this is where the ASEAN Regional Plan of Action on marine debris come into play. So next, please. So for the Philippines, I don't know if we will be proud, but we are the #1 gold medalist for the marine plastic pollution, waste pollution for the Southeast Asian, no? Like the our mighty Pasig River takes home gold, out polluting all U.S. rivers combined. So we are #1 here for the Philippines. And we are also, the Philippines is on the global ocean plastic stage with a hefty of 20 to 35% of its plastic waste making a splash in marine environments. So this country isn't just leading the pack in the Southeast Asia, so it's in the world top 3. So imagine the Philippines is top 3 among the top polluters in the world. So sending a staggering of 0.28 to 0.75 million metric tons of plastic in one-way trip to the ocean each year. So next slide, please. So these are the major sources of microplastic pollutants in the Philippines. So microplastic pollution in the Philippines stems from several major sources. So we have the single-use sachets. So I believe you all know that the Philippines love sachet, our shampoo in sachet, our ketchup in sachet, everything in sachet. So over 164 million are used daily, breaking down into persistent microplastics. So we also have the urban planning and drainage. Clogged drains discharges plastic particles into the waterways, worsening the pollution. So we also have the microfibers from the clothing, because of the fast fashion, entering the rivers due to inadequate wastewater treatment, with only 10% being treated. We also have on the fisheries, we have the fishing gear, the abandoned and degraded fishing gears. No, so the abandoned nets and marine debris release plastic fibers into the ocean. So addressing these challenges requires targeted strategies and understanding their origins and crucial for effective interventions. So what we do, next slide, please. So now let's take a look of the regulatory milestones in the Philippines regarding marine and freshwater debris. So in 1976, so we've been doing this since 1970s. We have the marine pollution degree, or the PD 979, which was a significant step. It bans the dumping of harmful waste into the ocean, highlighting early awareness of ocean protection. So in 2000s, the Philippines stood out the Southeast Asia as a pioneer of enacting the RA 9003 or the Solid Waste Management Law set a precedent for environmental legislation in the region. So we've been the pioneer, no? We're always first. So additionally, we have the ratification of the MARPOL Annex 5, enforce international rules banning and disposal of plastic at sea, aligning the nation with global standards. So fast forward in 2004, we have the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act, RA 9003, along with the Clean Water Act, the RA 9275. Both provide comprehensive frameworks for managing both solid and water waste pollution, expliciting prohibiting dumping in water bodies. So next, we're always champion, pioneer. So let's explore more recent actions taken to combat marine litter. So this initiative shows the Philippines, we have the Fisheries Code, the Philippine Fisheries Code as amended by RA 10654. It prohibits aquatic pollution and other materials that harm aquatic habitats. In 2001, we have developed the National Plan of Action for Marine Litter with target on zero waste to Philippine waters by 2040. This is the vision for 2040. So we have also the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, or over a growing percentage, 20% in 2003 up to 80% into 2028 of the plastic packaging waste. So they have to minimize the plastic packaging. So these initiatives show that Philippines is taking substantial step toward a cleaner marine environment. So next slide, please. We also have local initiatives. No, they have developed banning of single-use plastic on a local government. So other government-led programs and campaign. The Philippines takes a multi-agency approach to combating marine litter, involving national and local efforts across fisheries, transport, coastal management, and waste regulation. So here are the initiatives. So we have the National Plan of Action for marine litter. No? So piloting localized action plan in hotspots areas like Manila Bay and Tanyan Strait. So recognizing the urgent threat posed by marine litter to ecosystems, food security, that's why we have developed the MPOA. So here are the MPOA strategies. First, we aim to build strong foundation by establishing science-based data on marine litter. Second, we promote a circular economy and sustainable consumption to reduce waste from the start. Third, we work on improving recycling systems and supporting recycling markets. So fourth, we ensure the waste already collected does not leak into the environment. Fifth, we address maritime sources of litter, such as from ships and fisheries. Next, we focus on cleaning up litter already in our rivers and seas. So we conducted coastal and river cleanup activities. No? So we push for stronger policy support and enforcement. So we develop a targeted campaign to raise awareness, and not just awareness, but for change behavior. No? So we work on mobilizing financing and resources to support these actions. So, and finally, we strengthen the capacities of the local government who are the frontliners of this implementation. So next slide. So beyond policy and enforcement, public engagement plays a crucial role in addressing marine and freshwater debris. So we have the Free the Seas from the Marine Debris. It is an annual activity of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources during the Environment Month. So it promotes public-private partnership and pledges. We conduct coastal cleanups. It is a multi-sectoral. So we have the DNR, the DEA, we have the Philippine Coast Guard, and other agencies to support coastal cleanup activities. We also involve massive cleanup drives, mangrove reforestation, and strict enforcement against the dumping and illegal settlements. This supports the Supreme Court's continuing mandamus to rehabilitate Manila Bay. As it was presented earlier, no, the Manila Bay is very polluted, and that's why we have these efforts to save Manila with government and private sector. So we have the regional initiatives, fund monitoring, training, circular solutions in the Philippine coastal sites. It's a project with PIMC and Korea supported project. So next. So resource management programs, including coastal cleanup drives, to encourage the local government to do this in their localities. So we implement gear marking initiative in line with the FAO. MFG. These efforts currently focus on the commercial fishing vessels with gear retrieval and not yet extended to the small scale fishing. So still us in the fishing gears to inform future policy and targeted retrieval programs. So we coordinated national efforts under the EAFM, or the Ecosystems Approach to Fisheries Management. That includes pollution control. So we implemented to improve the compliance with global gear marking and port waste IMO projects, the gold litter and the reg litter. So we systematically identify and trace land-based and sea-based sources of marine litter across urban and coastal ecosystems. It's a project of UNEP and GovC. So next, we also have research on marine environments, and these are only few of the researches. What the gap between the researches on marine debris in the Philippines, because our researches are fragmented. So there are the SUCs, we have the government institutions like the ERDB, the NFRDI, the CIFDEC is with us. So we have the UPMSI and DNR microplastic sampling in Manila Bay. So it revealed contamination of deck AQD focused on abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear in areas in Iloilo, Zamboanga, and Palawan. So we also have the NFRDI and Picard studied on plastic accumulation in productivity. So we have the gold litter pilot assessment. It is supported by BIFAR at Marina. We are planning to map the marine debris sources and will identify policy gaps. So these studies are important for understanding the marine health and guiding future actions. So next, as we look forward, the future of the Philippines recognizes that addressing marine debris, especially microplastics, require both urgent and sustained and long-term cooperation. So the Philippine recommendation for the Southeast Asian countries, this is not just for the Philippines, but for our region. So we to establish a regional ALDFG reporting protocols and data sharing mechanisms, to adopt coordinated implementation of the FAO gear marking guidelines, especially for cross-border commercial fishing vessels, to strengthen regional enforcement capacity through learning exchanges, to promote twinning programs and knowledge sharing under the Go Litter or Reg Litter frameworks, to replicate pilot tested interventions. To engage port across Southeast Asia to ensure MARPOL Annex 5 compliance and improve ship waste reception infrastructure. So for the short term, to develop a harmonized monitoring system for marine litter, including microplastics and ALDFG. So, and also to standardize the data collection methodologies across all the Southeast Asian regions. So for the long-term vision, to to institutionalize regional monitoring hubs dedicated for microplastic and marine litter, and also scaling up collaborative research programs on microplastic, bioaccumulation, food safety, and fisheries productivity. So as I close my brief presentation, I will not ask you to stand anymore. Just let me leave you with a reminder that the challenge of marine debris, especially in microplastics, is bigger than any single country. So maraming salamat po.
Salamat po. Thank you very much, Miss Lintang. So energized. So everyone, we've explored a spectrum of initiatives from sustainable fisheries management to regional innovative solutions. And thank you once again, everyone, for sharing these valuable perspectives from their countries. And now it's time for Agenda 4, Programs and Innovations from Indonesia's Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Niken Gusmawati from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Please welcome. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the Honorable Deputy Secretary General of SIFDEC, Honorable resource persons, country representatives, and SIFDEC department staff, Chief and Deputy Chief of SIFDEC, IFRDMD, all speakers, moderators, and all participants. Welcome to Agenda 4. Thank you for coming today. Oh, so big. So much. I hope you all have a good lunch and become very energetic because of the representative of our Philippines having like a small movement or something. So welcome to the session or the Agenda 4, where we will divide into closer to home. So what Indonesia is doing to fight plastic pollution in the ocean and our fisheries. So my name is Niken Gusmawati. I'm from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of Indonesia, and I'll be your moderator this afternoon. So we'll be hearing from 3 passionate expert individuals from ministries, and they will take us to behind the scene some of the coolest, the boldest programs in the country. So welcome to the 3 speakers. Please welcome. Pak Suryo Prasojo, Mbak Lingga, dan Pak Trio di belakang. Yeah, thank you so much. Okay. So to kick things off, let me introduce first our speaker, Pak Mr. Suryo Prasojo from the Directorate General of Marine Spatial Management, and he'll share about our national campaign called Bulan Cinta Laut, mostly, or Ocean Love Month. It's our word for saying if you love the ocean, so don't just talk about it and pick up the trash. So this campaign isn't just only policy, it's action. So the fishers, coastal communities, and even our officers literally rolling up their sleeves and pick up the trash. And Pak Suryo, today the mic is yours, and please tell us about how this love story between the ocean and the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Niken, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to Deputy Secretary General of SIDEC, Mr. Koichi Tahara, and also Chief and Deputy SIDEC, represented by Pak Andi Susmono, and also all speaker and participant in this room. Thank you very much for attending this good opportunity for me. On previous speaker explained about how to measure about the microplastic and how to make some methodologies to account the microplastic in the ocean. But in this time, I will share about how Indonesia government of Indonesia commitment to address the marine plastic before become a microplastic, especially addressing a marine litter with not only program but action that we can say we are not only talk about the regulation but we also do some action. And the key successful is how to collaborate among stakeholders from government, local government, communities, also NGO, and the main important thing is how to encourage our community to be aware about the marine litter. Next. Okay. If we talk about our ocean, there is a complexity of activities from the upstream until downstream. As we know that our Indonesia has more than 180,000 kilometer coastline, the second largest from Canada. It means that there are so many problems in our ocean, especially in our coastal. Next. The recent condition, if we can see in the monitor, that plastic is everywhere. We cannot avoid the plastic in every circumstances around us. From our body until our equipment that we use contain a plastic. Like Mr. Professor said that microplastic has a big danger to our health, especially if the microplastic consists in our fish. That's right, Mr. Cordova. And if we talk about marine litter, we can see that it from the upstream over 8 million tons of plastic. Sorry, the text is too small. Over 8 million ton plastic leaks into the ocean. And more than that, because microplastic that we accumulate in our fish. And the last research by, we are in the 5 ranks of marine plastic contributor. This is not an achievement. And so that our government commitment next, it's not easy to address with Indonesia with the largest area to manage our marine litter. So that we need a cooperation among stakeholders. Indonesia start in 2018, starting commitment with every stakeholder from local government to make some regulation. This is starting point. How we commit, Indonesian commit to reduce 70% marine litter leakage into the ocean. Of course, it divided into two parts, land-based and sea-based, with much thing to do. For example, in the land-based, we're reducing 30%. And the total target that we must achieve until 2025 is 70%. Next. Residual regulation number 83 2018 have five strategy to achieve 70% marine plastic leakage. First is national movement to raise stakeholder awareness. It is important because not everyone aware how to manage the waste from home, starting from segregating until put into the right place. The second strategy is waste management from land base. This is important. More than 80%, I think it's not wrong. Waste in the ocean come from land. The lack of management of waste inland become a marine litter in our ocean. And the strategy is how to manage the waste from the ocean. The fourth is how to make some funding mechanism to make the activity more bigger and effective. And the last is how to make a research and development. Pak Cordova is our partner to make some research. That's our consider to make some regulation. Next. According to this, our Ministry of Marine Affairs commit to achieve the target 70% of reducing marine plastic waste. We make some two regulations in 2021, beginning with the minister regulation concerning about the pollution, how to preventing and how to make some rehabilitation if our ocean get impact of the marine pollution. And the second is the new one is sorry, this is Minister Marine Affairs Regulation number 130 in 2023. It's about how to make together a plan of action in marine sector, how to avoid, how to prevent or activity in the ocean to preventing the marine pollution to the ocean. We have three big program that I want to share to all of you. The first is how to make some increasing our awareness to our community with education and campaign. We make some ocean beach clean up in more than 40 provinces in Indonesia. And the second, we also make some program that we encourage our fishermen to be aware to how they protect their environment, how to protect their livelihood, how to protect the ocean from the waste. So when the Bulan Cinta Laut, this is the program that we call Love the Ocean, how we can encourage our coastal community, especially our fishermen, to involve with the program in 1 month, in 1 years. They're doing some activity to collect the waste from the ocean. All activity, education campaign with the beach clean up and also Bulan Cinta Laut is produce collecting waste to make the circular economy we make the third program that we call the Sapa Sisi Bersih. We make arrangement with the coastal community to make some waste bank in the coastal area. So the waste that collected by beach cleanup and the waste collected by our fishermen will be managed as circular economy. They collecting, they gagging, they sorting, and also they give some little money for them. Next. This is the sample of campaign education. We make some education not only for coastal community, but also in the school area. And some of school come to our office to get sharing knowledge about how to aware about the marine litter that will be impact to our biota and ecosystem. We make to some campaign education. We make more than 50 locations that already doing the beach cleanup. Next. And this is the explanation about the Bulan Cinta Laut program, what we call Love the Ocean Month. The business process that we are doing is collecting our fishermen into a group. We give them education, we give them training, how to make, how to manage their waste, how to collect, and how to sort it, and when it brings to our off-taker. This is the business process that we already done. And more than 54 locations with more than 1,070 fishermen get involved in this program. Next. And the clean coastal village that we already explained in the before. We encourage our community, coastal community, to build some waste bank, focusing on how to manage the waste in the coastal area. This is important because the waste in the coastal area and coastal community not too intend to manage by facilitated by our local government. That's the problem. And in this time, government make some arrangement to manage the waste in the coastal area. We give them some small infrastructure to manage the waste, become more circular economic. Until now, it's more than 30 locations and 32 waste bank that we already built. Next. From our minister regulation until presidential regulation in 2023, because in the recent year 2024, the data still needed to be adjustment. So until 2023, the percent targeting to reducing marine plastic waste. This is the data from our national coordination team combating marine debris. Next. The challenge and the problem in waste management is about coordinating multi-stakeholder. This is important. We cannot doing some activity to solve the problem of marine plastic waste or marine litter alone. We need hand in hand together, not only from government, also from private sector, academic, and also coastal community. I mentioned on about 6 challenges. One is waste segregation facilities. This is the common problem. So that if we in our office or in our home we sorting and segregate, but when it take with our government, our production, it will be once again. That's a problem. And the second is capacity building, lack of information. We need more than how to encourage them. We need more to make some example and some evidence to our community, to our people, that the dangers of marine litter. And also policy and behavior and also production innovation. Next. I think that's all. The last, I will give some recap that it's not easy to solve the problem about the marine plastic or marine litter. Once because plastic is the big component material that we always need. The main important thing is how to manage well, starting from home until to the off-taker. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pak Suryo. So Indonesia already make some commitments and actions, but still have many challenges, ya Pak ya. Still have many challenges like capacity building and then the financial. So it's very hard to achieve. Yeah. So next up we have Pak Triwono from Strategic Policy Center of the Ministry. So he's going to walk us what's happening at our fishing port. It's very interesting. So which is, let's be honest, so our fishing port is sometimes more look like plastic warehouses. Then fish landing sites, from policy to action, data to dumpster. So he'll tell us how Indonesia is working to make sure our fishing port is for fish, not for plastic. So let's hear his story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Niken. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would say thank you to Mr. Tahara, Deputy Secretary General of CIVTEC, and Mr. Andi Susmono. Today, I would like to presenting about my preliminary research about contribution of fishing port in marine plastic pollution. Next slide, please. Next slide. In every year, it's estimated that there is about 4.8 million to 12.7 million metric ton plastic garbage are discarded to the ocean, and this plastic came from land and coastal activity. Next slide, please. Now we talk about the Indonesia. Indonesia itself, it's about contribution in 1 to million ton every year in producing plastic waste. This plastic came from activities near the coastal. Next slide, please. Where the one activities in coastal are fishing port. In my research, there's some finding that this plastic came from inadequate of management of plastic waste in some of fishing port in Indonesia. Next slide, please. My study have 3 objects. The first one is to assess the contribution of Indonesian fishing port. The research is conducted in 3 major fishing port in Indonesia. The first one is Nizam Zahman Oceanic Fishing Port that tomorrow we will fish it as field trip ya Bu Niken. And the second one is Kejawanan Fishing Port that located in Cirebon, West Java, and the last one is Cilacap Fishing Port that located in south of Java. We also analyze the source of the plastic, the impact, and how every port conduct management of plastic waste. Next slide, please. We use 3 methods to conduct this research. The first one is a literature review. The second one, we conduct field survey, and we also collect some data about plastic waste in fishing port. The next slide, please. Next. In Indonesia, there's about 600 ya Bu Lingga fishing port that distribute in Indonesia from the west to the east, where about 200 fishing port located in Java Island. Next slide, please. This fishing port in Indonesia classified as 4 types. It's classified by area, its capacity, its service to the fishing operation. There is oceanic fishing port, national fishing port, regional fishing port, and coastal fishing port. Next slide. Generally, we found that garbage that collected in every fishing port composed by two type, inorganic and organic waste, where the inorganic are the most abundant in every fishing port, that can assume most of them consist of plastic waste. The next slide. We also analyze about the regulation that there is regulation in Indonesia from the law of Republic Indonesia to the ministerial decision. There are so many regulation and policy. And next slide, please. About regulation that has been described below, there is some challenge in how to implementing this regulation to control about plastic waste in ocean. The first one is about a regulatory framework, then also community engagement, stakeholder collaboration, public awareness campaign, and waste management infrastructure. Next, okay. Generally, in a fishing port in Indonesia, there are 4 sources that produce waste. It's from ship and industrial waste that located in fishing port, from the household and the water nearby the fishing port. Next slide. In 3 major fishing port, we found the source of plastic waste came from 5 activities that are industrial, office that located in fishing port, household waste, canteen waste, and riverbound waste. Next slide. In 3 fishing port, it's known that the Nizam Zaman is the largest producer of plastic waste. Then the second one is Cilacap, then the third one is Kejawanan. Next slide. In this slide, I saw one of good practice, yeah, Mrs. Lingga, that implemented by PPNC Bolga that located in North Sumatra, where in plastic management, Fishing Port Authority Fishing Port Authority every vessel it contribute in collecting and reporting the waste that they produce along the fishing operation. This is the PPNC Bolga is the best, one of the best, the plastic management fishing port. Next slide, please. From our finding, there are some challenge in managing plastic in fishing port. And the first one is about the limited awareness. The second one is the lack of adequate waste management. The third one is about coordinated challenging. The last one is about the budget issue. Next slide. In our study, it can be concluded that three fishing ports have role the most producing in plastic waste. This plastic waste came from fishing operation, also came from office facilities, and the processing plant that located in fishing port. And some challenging in management of plastic waste are about limited awareness, lack of adequate infrastructure, difficult in coordinating between authorities, and also about limited of budget. The next slide, please. Okay, that's all my brief presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Trio. So it was very eye-opening because one fishing port can collect 700 kilograms per month with their program. So it's very mind-blowing. And still with in a hot day, it's still smelly and something. So it's still working out. So thank you, Pak Trio. So our final speaker in this session is Ms. Lingga Prawitaningrum from the Directorate General of Capture Fisheries, Active Movies, Lost, Abandoned, and Discarded Fishing Gears or Ghost Net, Ghost Net haunting our ocean. So Bu Lingga, please take the mic and tell us how we're busting this ghost net. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Niken. Wow, I don't expect to be the last speaker for today, and I hope you guys still have spirit and not sleepy among my presentation. So, the first all, I would like to say thank you to Mr. Koichi Tahara as Deputy Secretary General of CIFDEC, and Pak Andi as a Chief of IFR DMD. Thank you for inviting me to meet you all guys to sharing experiences and knowledge about the CIFDEC asking me to share experiences and knowledge in Indonesia about how we can manage the ALDFG or EOLFG, or we can say the left behind, lost or discarded, and fishing gear edge out of or damage. Maybe we start to. Okay, I'm Lingga. I'm working in Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries in Directorate General Office Capture Fisheries. especially in Directorate of Fishing Gears and Fishing Vessels. And daily I handling about the regulation of the fishing gears, and so including of LDFG. Next. So as we know that our minister have 5 priority programs in blue economy policy. And the first one is to protect fisheries resources and ecosystem. It related to how we can expanding marine conservation areas. And the second, how we can decrease IUU fishing activity by quota-based measurable fishing and development sustainable marine, coastal, and inland aquaculture. And then related to the protect biodiversity, we have program supervision and control of coastal areas and small island. And then the last one is special movement. Also LDFG management. Sorry, it's hard to spell it. So the goals are how we can extending protection, reduce negative effects of human activities, preserving and maintaining the quality of the marine ecosystem. Next. So as the speakers before that, Indonesia had commitment to reduce marine plastic waste, including in marine debris. So sebelumnya Mbak. Okay, so some regulation has launched. The first one is Presidential Regulation number 83. It's about handling marine debris, and then a regulation of Minister of MMFF number 26 at 2021 about pollution prevention, damage prevention, rehabilitation, and improvement of fish resources and the environment. So this regulation regulates that every fishing vessel do not dispose of fishing gears and fishing tools at sea, and then to land and report damaged and unrepairable fishing gears to tools at port so they can be recycled. So it related to the Mr. Triwono presentation, yeah, in fishing port. And then we have a regulation of Minister of number 130 year 2023 about National Action Plan of Plastic Waste Management in the marine and fishery sector. And our Director General have to making circular letter of guideline to managing and our live fishing nets and LD fishing gears and its implementation. And then we have to do socialization of waste management procedure on fishing vessel, and we do socialization of public awareness of management to end of live fishing nets and ILD fishing gears. And then in the last of in the December of 2024, the circular letter had launched, and we have circulated into the local government, the fishing port official, and then the fishers, and then we have do some works with EGF to do socialization about this circular letter to all the stakeholders. And then for the LDFG, for the fishing gear management, we have Ministry Regulation number 36. It's regulate about the drifting fishing gears like long lines and gill nets. They have to install radio buoy. Yeah, the function of the radio buoy is to know if the fishing gear had lost on the sea. And then we also regulate that the selectivity and the capacity. It means that the fishing gears size, yes, like we limitation the length of the you know, the sorry, uh, the length of the fishing gears, and then the number of hooks for the long lines. So we hope that it can, reduce causes of the LDFG. And then for the inspection, we have to make sure that our regulation had implemented or comply by the fisher or industry. We have some inspection before they have vessels documents or fishing license. And after they have fishing license and before they go to fishing, we also they have inspection in the officer in the fishing port, or we can say the Syah Bandar Harbor Harbor Authority. Yeah. And so to make sure the quality of the fishing gear material, we also develop some Indonesian national standards about the breaking strength for gear material. And now we have Indonesian national standard for PA monofilament. That's some polymers for the fishing gear material. And then we also have some collaboration with and partnership with stakeholder. We develop a 3R program, reduce, reuse, and recycle collaboration. And we have working together with GGI. If you have heard about the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, we work together since 2021, I guess, until 2023. So, and we always manage garbage in the forward fisherman village, or this is some priority program tour from our minister that we call it Kalaju or Kalamo. So in the some fisherman village, we do manage garbage. They have to, they're making the garbage storage, yeah, and do and they can clean up the village from the garbage. So as you know that Indonesia is dominated with small scale fishery, that they have very low education and they always throw the garbage, yeah, for house consumption everywhere. So we want to, they raising their awareness with making the storage of the garbage in their village. Next. This is the preliminary study for through LADFG in Indonesia between KKP and GGGI. The result that we want to know what is the potentially fishing gear that causes of LDFG. So as you know at the screen that the most fishing gear that causes LDFG is jaring insang berlapis, that we can say trammel nets. You know trammel nets is for shrimp, yeah, kind of gill nets, yeah. And then some traps like pike traps, togo, and ambay. Yeah, this is the result of the LDFG cause in Indonesia. Maybe similar or maybe it can different in every country. So maybe we keep sharing later. Next. So factor that cause LDFG for Abaddon. Sorry, the second is in bahasa, I'm sorry. So cause of Abaddon is overlapping fishing operation zone or fishing ground areas that promote fishing gear conflicts. Although we have regulated in our regulation, but it still happen conflict because of the operation in the same zones for different fishing gears. And then the selection of affordable fishing gears material, it means that, you know, our fishers always use very cheap fishing gear material, so that we know that the quality is not very good. Yeah. And then for caution for the loss, this fishing operation practices especially for type of fishing gears, passive, I mean, are not equipment with sandboys so that they are quickly or can fail or hit by active fishing gears. And then getting caught by an object or at the bottom of the water, causing the fishing gear to be partially lost, and the force of bad weather condition like winds, wave, and currents, which can damage their equipment and missing sandboys. But you know, fishing gear is one of the maybe expensive models that every fisher have to conduct for doing fishing. So I guess they are, you know, like throw away the fishing. They are not. They it must be incidentally lost or you know, abandoned. It related to how they can make sure that the fishing operation can save and for you know, the stability of the fishing vessel. Yeah. Next, for discard, this is the causes of the selection of affordable fishing gear materials. So for management of fishing gear, you know, the life cycle of the fishing gear material from the production process to and then going to the marketing, going to the fishing gear operational, and then in every step here, they always, you know, like unused fishing gear or fishing gear material. So if they, you know, they are making gill nets or they are making pursein, maybe some material not used. So, and then we have to, you know, scoping which part we want to do. We want to start in production process, or we want to start in the marketing, or we want to start before they go to the sea, or when they making the fishing gears. Yeah, it's very quite important. So we can determine a first step for the management of the ALDFG. And then we are doing reduce and reuse and recycle for now. Next. This is next slide, please. This is our activities with the local communities. So the some fishers in our pilot project have collect the fishing net or unused fishing net, and then they will, you know, they will choose where they can reuse again, or where they have to or unused the fishing gears, yeah. And then they do repair, and we call it kitang in bahasa. They're repairing the unused, with this fishing gear. And then after that, they can repackaging, and then they can sell into other, you know, maybe the factory, or maybe the, you know, like the farmer, or maybe the aquaculture farmer, some kind of that. And then if the damage of the fishing gear very white, like the color is not very good, they are doing recoloring process, and then they dry under the sun rays, and then they are doing packing, and then they do distribution. And this is, we meet some challenges while we are doing collaboration with, the fishers communities, because, the factory of recycling factory, it's only in west of Java. But Indonesia is very big country from east to west, yeah. So it's very, challenging to how to link about fisher community with the recycle factory. So this is some a video. Next. Sebelumnya Mbak. Sebelum ada video bisa bisa diklik. Yang tadi, yang slide 10. Bisa diklik kan? Di bawahnya itu biasanya. I have a video for you guys. This is for from our cannot play. Okay, maybe we can watch it later. Okay, and then ada segitiga di sini. Okay, next slide. I would share our collaboration with EGF, Environmental Justice Fund. Maybe our colleagues from Thailand knowing too, EGF. So EGF also collaboration with us to do 3R program. Next slide. Yeah. How does the project it work? So they are making communication with the fisher communities. They are, develop fisher communities to collecting the waste fishing gear, and then they doing clean the fishing gear, and then they are repairing the fishing gear, repackaging, and sell it to the others. Yeah, also the recycle factory. So they doing this in in Pangandaran, south beach of Java, yeah. South beach of Java. So they also built the system to enable recycling for end of life fishing gear, because the EGF they are prioritized in end of life fishing gear, not in LDFG. The impact that we have collected and recycled fishing gear, we also have job creation, for the fisher, or maybe the wife of the fisher, or maybe the fisher children, anyone could involving in this community. And then we also have income distribution to household and additional income for communities. Next. And for this project, we have 3 local coordinators, and 2.4 tons of ALDFG was collected, and then more than 30 local fishermen, they are actively taking part in the program with requesting pattern of EOLFG submission and have financial incentive for that. And then more than 18 million rupiah are circulated to the artisanal fishing community, improving livelihood of its families. Yeah, so our dream, we have some communities in along of so we hope that our coastal will free from plastic waste, especially from waste from fishing gears. Next. So this is some initiative that do by NGOs or by university. They do in, north coastal of Java and south coastal of Java. So the NGOs like GGGI, they do in Pekalongan, and DFW, they did in Tegal, and then EGF, they did in Jakarta and Pangandaran, and University of IPB and University of Tirtayasa, it's in Indramayu and in Serang. So they are working together with us to, developing some communities in that area and doing for 3M programs and willing into the recycle factory in Jawa Barat or West Java. So according to our data, we only have, 2 or 3 recycle factory in Java. So the project also in Java, but for this year ahead, we want to have other pilot project location in Sulawesi Island and Bali Island. I hope that it will, we can still, that dream will be reached in that area. So the challenges of this initiative, we still have that how we can increasing fishermen's knowledge about the management of LDFG and making repairs and circular economy or 3R program, and then how we can increasing the capacity building of fishing communities in managing organization and financing so that activities can be continuous. Also, we are raising, the awareness for the local government also, because we have to need support from the local government. And then how we can create a link between the fishermen who collect the use net and the recycling companies, as I said before, that but the fisher is live among the coastal area of Indonesia. And then, in the fisher village, they have limitation of the storage to, put the fishing gear or use fishing gear. So we want to make collaboration with them to make, some developing fisher communities, and then we do 3R program and circular economy, and we maybe can give, like the small facilities. Next. So this is priorities from Indonesian government to address LDFG. The first one is we want to make sure the compliance to national regulation about the fishing gears. And then the second is developing communities that implement 3R and circular economy in several locations. And, we want to, providing how the pilot project runs continuously and can be applied in other locations, because, in our experiences, when the project ends, so the activity also over. They have to, they need, you know, they need us to give them, you know, like some money subsidy to buy was or unused fishing gear from the fishers, and they can, they don't have capabilities to manage the financial among the communities. So there is our challenges for the next step of management of my last presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Bu Lingga, for the ALDFG. ALDFG, so how it's scary for marine mammals and also for fisheries. And it's reassuring for us to know that there's some already efforts to retrieve back the ALDFG and also to prevent them from the first place through better management, innovation, capacity building, and also building connection with the fishers on the ground. So, Bapak Ibu, dear participants, we've already heard three our wonderful presenters on how Indonesia is tackling plastic pollution and from the community, from our ports, and also ghost busting underwater. So now let's open floor for discussion. If you have any it's okay. So raise your hand if you're in the room and make say apa say the name and where you come from. Thank you. Oh, from Taruna, please.
From the students of
Students,
Jakarta
Jakarta
Technical Universities of Fisheries, yeah.
Fisheries State of University. Yeah.
Thank you for opportunity. My name is Yufa Khairani. I'm from Sorry. Baiklah. Diulangi. My name is Yufa Khairani. I'm from Jakarta Technical University of Fisheries. I'm from Padang. Untuk pertanyaannya is to Mr. Suryo Prasojo. I am interested to the program of KKP Bulan Cinta Laut and Desa Pesisir Bersih. It was going in present take. My question is, could you show me the real facts? The water really have been cleaned due to Bulan Cinta Laut program, where the water's location exactly clean without plastic watery. And also to Desa Pesisir Bersih, it is really done exactly clean under and this program. Could you show which village are really cleaned due to Desa Pesisir Bersih program? Thank you.
Thank you, De Shiva. So she asked about the evidence, right? The evidence on about is it Bulan Cinta Laut can clean up the waters, and also which one the village, the example of village, and is it really work with the how to tackle the marine debris?
Yes,
something
right.
like that. Okay. Silakan Pak.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Shiva. Can we show the presentation slide number 9? Number 9. Number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, please see the windows. Enjoy the Jakarta view. Okay, I will answer the question about the evidence of the achievement of Bulan Cinta Laut and Clean Coastal Village. In the presentation showing us, sorry, but a little bit small. We achieved in 2022, we collected more than 80 tons waste collected by our fishermen. That involve more than 150 fishermen in the area from North Sumatra until to the west of Indonesia. That's the evidence. If you want to know more, we can talk after this, and I will show you the evidence. And also in the next slide, intention. Yeah, tents. Yeah, about the Green Coastal Village. If we talk about how clean, we can see the evidence in the area. But the most important thing is it's not easy to make our ocean and coastal very clean, because the awareness of our community is like, so we need more contribution and more collaboration with our stakeholder like you student to make some effort giving our coastal community some education, not only study in the campus. Yeah, you can make some program. You can propose to your dean how to make some small activity like this in surrounding area, or you can choose the area that you want to make some piloting to two programs. I think that's the answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So even the students can contribute to our action, right? Okay. So maybe you can collaborate with Pak Suryo for the next project on the, and call Bu Ani for going to some beaches, make like a cleanup program, something.
In some activity, we already improved our,
Them.
yeah,
Okay, that's very
in
nice.
another area.
Another area. Okay. So another question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Fumiya Takahashi. I'm work as a JIF manager, work in the Civil Secretariat. I have a question about the fishing marking gear. Maybe the fishing marking gear is one of the solutions to make sure the who possess the fishing gear. When the fishing gear discarded in the seas, and then maybe fishing gear help us to make sure that who possess the gear. And then, but I understand that FAO already developed the guideline for fishing marking gear, but there is difficulty that is when we try to convince fishermen to collaborating in marking fishing gear, because it's difficult, because there's no benefit for fishermen. So if there any same difficulty in Indonesia, or you have another concrete idea to resolve this problem? I just want to know some idea the situation in Indonesia.
Okay, Mr. Takahashi.
Takahashi.
Takahashi. So, how to mark the fishing gear in your experience?
In general situation in Indonesia, how to mark and then how to convince fishermen to collaborate with the government, and then how much the fishermen can cooperate with government so far or something very general.
Silakan, Bu.
Check. Thank you, Mr. Mia Takashi, right? Yeah. Thank you. This is, simple but hard question to answer. So, in this time, we have a regulation for fishing gears, and we implement it in industry scale. They have to, install radio buoy. So the radio buoy can, they can, if the fishing gear had lost, they can track where it lost. So, but in industrial scale, but in the small scale, we want to have research about the fishers, how they can accept this gear marking idea. For now, we have not doing that, because we right now our priorities is how the industry can compliance the regulation in fishing gears to installing radio buoy in gill nets and long lines. Thank you.
Radio buoy.
Yes, radio buoy or other electronic
electric marking. Oh, okay.
Because fishing gear very long, very long. So we hard to find how the like the simple implementation of gear marking, where they have to install which part they have to install and what the material of the gear marking. So we also doing research for this, for the best practice of the gear marking. Maybe if you have some experiences, or maybe our colleagues, I guess from Philippines has done the gear marking, maybe could share to us how the best practice to the gear marking. Oh yeah. Okay, so in improving the regulation, we always involving fishermen to working together for us to improving some regulation. So when it has launched and implemented, they could accept, because they always involved in some discussion, and maybe we collecting data for the fishermen to making the regulation, some kind of like that.
So, Miss Linga, like, do you have like experience working with small fishers on how to minimize the ADL FG? How to in the ground, in the field.
Yes. So we always have socialization to the fishers about our regulation, so they can comply our regulation, especially in the selectivity of the fishing gears and the capacity of the fishing gears. How can they how long they can operate gill nets, example, or how many hooks they have to they can use to operate in the sea. So in Indonesia we have 3 fishing lanes. So from 0 to 4 miles the first fishing lane, and then the second is 4 to 12 miles, and then 12 above until jet IEEZ. Yeah. So we have regulated that what fishing gear can operation in its lanes, and how the size of the fishing gears that can operate in its lanes. I think for now it's quite good implementation in our fishers. Thank you. But
Yeah, I think if we talk about ALDVFG is a little bit tricky, because if we implement, it's not easy implemented in Indonesia, because we have wide coastal, very wide ocean, yeah, and most of our fishermen is traditional fishermen. So the economic is the one of the challenges, how to encourage our our fishermen to implement the LGV what we call retrieve the LGV, and also the tagging of the LGV, Pak Tingga, ya. It's quite not easy, and in our thinking of our fishermen is the main is how to get the fish so much as they can, not depending on they want to taking the fishing gears, because not too much and too small fishing gear that they use in the coastal area. I think that's my addition, Pak Lingga, ya. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe as Ms. Lingga mentioned the Philippine case or Philippine experience, maybe the representative from Philippines can share to us about your experience in how to handle ADLFG or can gear marking. Oh, gear marking, yeah, gear marking. Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah. Please.
I should raise the Norwegian case on the marking of fishing gear. How can effective use and collaborate by the fishermen? I refer to CIFDEC webinar last year with the Institute of Marine Research, Norway. Norwegian use the integrated measurement measures. They bring marking of fishing gear regulation together with the reporting system and together with the gear recovering. When the fisherman, small scale or commercial scale or recreational fishermen operate licensing with the government, they have to make marking gear with their fishing gear, even one pot or even one long line, one line. When the gear lost, they have to report to the authority, and then the authority can identify the hotspot area of the gear loss and send the recovery boat to bring it back. Meaning is they retrieve ALDFG by information from fishermen, but government collaborate with private sector to bring it back. If the fishermen do not report and someone found that fishing gear with the mark, the owner, the license must be withdrawn. That they collaborate. That is, I would like to share. For the maybe I'm not Philippine, but I would like to share. Philippine marking gear, in particular the tuna percent, because tuna percent Philippines operate in Pacific, meaning they have to follow the Western and Central Pacific Fishery Commission, IFMO, similar to Indonesia. You operate in Indian Ocean, IOTC. Thailand operate TROY in SEOFA, Southwest Indian Fishery Agreement. This IFMO have regulation resolution on marking gear that the vessel operate in their area must mark. Meaning is we need to follow the resolution. Meaning is we have to mark our gear when we go to operate in the high sea. So among the country need to improve the mark according to your convenient, the most convenient. But the marking of fishing gear guideline show you that what kind of information you need to show in your mark. That's why we will use that suggestion from FAO marking of fishing gear guideline to make our mark. And I saw net in Thailand, they mark at the cloud lobe, but come back 6 months working, 3 months working, some mark is not so good condition, so they change. Thai Tro still finding a good pattern develop until they can find a good one. For Indonesia, we are following on the small scale marking gear that you work with the FAO. I know that Indonesia work with FAO to make a trial experiment on marking of fishing gear for small scale. We are monitoring if I saw report already complete, and then we already share to our colleagues, try by themselves. That I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Do you have like comments, Bulinga?
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Isara. I just curious what the materials of mark that used from Thailand fishery or in the Philippines, and where the mark installed, which part of the fishing gear the mark installed? Which part of fishing gear? You know, the fishing gear is very, very big. Which part the mark installed? Thank you, Mr. Isra. But I would like to know how about in Thailand? Thank you, Mr. Istara.
So for the last one, maybe the Philippines can share before our closing, we close the session. Oh, question or Reza?
Hello. Oh, thank you. For the Philippines, we are following the FAO also on the abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gears. But this is particularly on the commercial or on the distant water fishing fleets. It is more difficult and challenging to establish a reporting protocol on the local areas, no, local fishermen. That's why, but we have a mandatory. We have the Fisheries Administrative Order to establish boat marking and fishing gear marking. And we also we have onboarding personnel on the commercial fishing vessels to monitor or to collect the data if in case there are fishing discarded fishing gears or that may cause ghost fishing, but we're still working. I think there with IMO, International Maritime Organization, this has been discussed. There are discussions and there will be a protocol. There's we are developing a protocol on this matter, so maybe on the next Marpol it will be finalized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So sorry for the representative of Philippines from the in the Zoom. Maybe Pak. See.
Thank you. Thank you. Recycling for of the dirty net is quite interesting. This is because the income from the recycling in coastal community, income from the recycling provide an incentive to recover fishing gear rather than leave it behind. So in Japan, we also recycle some fishing gear and use as a material for a raw material for clothing and bag. But the cost is not worth it. The cost for cleaning drying dirty net is too high, and for this reason, recycling of fishing gear is not so popular in Japan. Is it profitable to recycle fishing gear in Indonesia?
Repeat again the question. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I saw the recycling of dirty nets in your presentation, and in Japan we also recycle some fishing gear, fishing net as a raw material of the fishing clothes, bags, but the recycling cost is too high in Japan. So how about Indonesia? Is it profitable?
Recycling cost.
We also face the same with Japan. So every recycled things, they always have higher price than new things because of the cost of the recycle is more expensive than we making the new things. We also have the challenges itu in Indonesia. Yeah. So you know, our colleagues from the recycling factory, they, you know, they ask for the fisher to they asking for the polyamide or PA fishing nets, but you know, sometimes it mixed with other polymer for fishing gears, so they have to make sorted. So yeah, the loss of the material of use fishing net is sometimes very low after they have sorterized for the unused fishing nets. The same with the Japan.
Yeah. And an additional thing is the price of new fishing gear is more cheaper than recycling. That's why Indonesia not much company produce recycle fishing gear. If we can account in Java only one in Cilacap ya, pabrik daur ulang jaring kalau apa? Only one in Cilacap ya, Bandung ya, only one in Java. But I don't know where another production recycle of fishing gear in Indonesia. Not much. That's because the high value of recycling fishing gear is not accounting. Thank you.
So we still face the challenge on how to sort the fishing gears and facilities. Yeah, facilities. That's still our problems. So it's really interesting discussion, but we should close now. It's already afternoon. So thank you very much for the discussion.
Yes.
We learned today that Indonesia was already make many attempts on tackling the marine debris. So we hope it still continues our efforts. And thank you again for the presenters. And now it's back to Miss Diana to continue the session. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wrap up of the agenda 4. And we also extend a big thank to Dr. Niken Gusmawati for expertly moderating the session and to its presenter for delivering rich, timely innovations that inspire us all. But please, so at this moment, we would like to present tokens of appreciation to the speakers and also moderators. Would you please join us again here? Yeah, we would like to deliver the tokens of appreciations. And may we invite the Chief of IFRDMD, Mr. Andi Susmono, to deliver the tokens. Ya, to Miss Lingga. Thank you very much for Mr. Suryo. Where is the sporter just now? The pet sporter? Already tired? To Mr. Trio and to our expert moderator today, Dr. Niken Gusmawati. Please have the photo session, please. Deputy Chief, would you please join the photo session? Okay. Student, yeah, student nanti. Okay, thank you very much. And also would like to thank you. And we also would like to invite the student who asked question just now. Siapa? Siva. Yeah, Siva. Deputy Chief, would you please? Deputy Chief, would you please present the souvenir for the students who asked question just now? Yeah, only one. Siva, may we invite you here? Yeah, here in the middle. Congratulations. Yeah, photo session with Chief also. Chief, okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. So, may we continue to finish all agenda and then after that we have coffee break. Okay, thank you for your approval. So, during the next 15 minutes now, everyone, the JIF team, the Japan Asian Integration Fund team, will provide a concise recap of our discussions, highlight key takeaways, and share next steps as we move forward together. Please welcome Mr. Takahashi for the wrap up.
Good afternoon, everyone again. My name is Fumiya Takashi from CFREX Secretariat again. Actually, I don't have any deep knowledge about the technical side of the marine debris and microplastic, but I try to wrap up the morning session, and then maybe morning session only, okay, right? So yes, maybe let us think back about the morning session. Maybe the firstly, Dr. Barres kindly gave us the information of hotspot mapping and the pathway analysis, identifying where primary and secondary microplastics originate and how much people may ingest through the food and water. And then the secondly, Professor Cordova emphasized the importance of the standardized protocol for consistent sampling and quality assurance and quality control, density separation, and spectroscopic identification across water, and sediment, and biota. And then Professor Siakti gave us the ecotoxicological and health risk insight that can reveal how microplastic and their pollutant harms fish and potentially human health. And finally, Mr. Gronstedt gave us the idea of upstream intervention strategies that use policy, community engagement, and the modeling to prevent plastic from ever entering waterways. And in the afternoon session, we had many idea and practice of the research about from the marine microplastic to the LDFGs. And then on top of these researches, I would like to introduce very briefly about the SHIFTEC project, SHIFTEC research under the JIFE project. So SHIFTEC, IFRDMD, and TD also conduct a risk assessment of microplastic in the Musi River, in the Palembang, and the Gulf of Thailand. We are trying to identify microplastic abundance inside of the gut of the fish. In addition, this is not microplastic though. SHIFTEC MFRDMD, based in Kuala Terengganu in Malaysia, also conduct surveys to obtain quantitative fisheries. To make connections, those researches and all research in the ASEAN regions, SHIFTEC are interested in establishing a Southeast Asian research network. The network would contribute to standardizing quality assurance, quality control, and validate microplastic measurement. Just as one idea, all the findings by the researchers in that region can be compiled into the unified ASEAN research portal. And that portal can support ASEAN member states to develop dietary guidelines and regulatory limits, and to support source reduction and waste segregation campaigns. So on top of that, SHIFTEC is also ready to engage in public awareness, so including extension to stakeholders in fishery sectors. So SHIFTEC can facilitate the conversation between researcher and fishermen. So I hope every research in the region got connection and contribute to combating microplastic together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taka, for your guidance us through this closing overview. So everyone, we have now come to the closing of today's workshop. To deliver the closing remarks, I would like to invite the Deputy Chief of SIFTEC IFRDMD. Please welcome Mr. Toru Simoda.
Selamat sore sekalian. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe you are tired and sleepy, right? Mungkin capek dan ngantuk, kan? So I will give you a short greeting. Distinguished guest, as we close the regional workshop on mitigation and strategic policy to combat microplastic pollution in marine and freshwater fisheries in the South Asia region, on behalf of CTEC IFRDMD, I would like to express my deepest thanks to our resource persons and moderators for sharing their expertise and guiding our discussion so well. Furthermore, I extend my highest appreciation to the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries for their unwavering support of CIFTEC IFRDMD's activities. And our acknowledgement goes to the Deputy Secretary General CIFTEC and to each CIFTEC department whose cooperation and encouragement have been instrumental in making this event a success. In addition, I am deeply grateful to all participants for your active engagement, insightful questions, and constructive dialogue. You have transformed this workshop into a truly dynamic and enriched experience. I also would like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the organizing committee whose hard work made today possible. I know how much you have invested in this event, and I congratulate you on its success. We apologize for any shortcomings that may have occurred during the workshop, especially for the sudden change of venue. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for our field visit to the MMAF building, where we will tour the Heritage Museum and Command Center before proceeding to Nizam Zakman Port. Finally, I hope that the outcome of this workshop will make a meaningful contribution to addressing plastic pollution, especially in our inland waters, and we will strengthen the impact of our ongoing project. As you return to your home countries, I wish you all a safe journey. May you carry back not only souvenirs, but also the knowledge and conviction needed to unite us in treating plastic pollution as our common adversary. Thank you once again for your dedication and participation. Bye.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes day one of the workshop. Thank you for your participation, energy, and your commitment. We look forward to tomorrow's continuation in the field. Until then, have a pleasant evening and safe rest. Thank you. Good afternoon. So I would like to give an announcement for the field trip tomorrow. So we are going to have the field trip to the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And for the guests staying at the Arya Duta Hotel, the bus will transfer us to the location at 7:45. But for the local invitees, maybe you want to make your own way to the office of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And then we continue to the Nizam Zahman landing port. So see you tomorrow. And now you may have your coffee break. The bus will transfer us again to Arya Duta Hotel at 5 p.m. Enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.